Marilyn's voice was strangely calm. She said, "This has nothing to do with divine strength. The reason I fell into madness and lost control was because I always rejected this current of power within me, creating a conflict between the urge to kill and destroy and the power itself. But now I have completely accepted this current of power. I just need to follow my inner self, using this power to continuously kill and destroy. And the target I want to kill and destroy is you." Marilyn said this as she swung her sword down, countless sword strikes aimed directly at the roots of Latches. Latches shouted angrily, "Damn it! No matter how strong you are, you cannot kill my roots. I have been running around the 9 realms, you cannot prolong your time, do not waste your efforts. The destruction of the world is inevitable, just wait to die and enjoy the destruction of your fate." Marilyn ignored Lokier's words, wielding her sword to chop through the roots of the tree before charging directly to the base of Lokier's tree and thrusting her sword down hard. She coldly stated, "Who needs to go through the trouble of chopping your roots across the 9 realms? I just need to make sure you cannot grow." As the tip of Marilyn's sword plunged down, energy rapidly gathered at the point of the blade. Lokier looked on in terror at Marilyn, who was absorbing the power and life force of the Tree of Life through the sword in her hand. "She dares to siphon my strength." At this moment, no one noticed Yi Wu slowly approaching from below. The frenzied growth of the Tree of Life has diminished. "It seems my previous plan has had an effect." The system's task was merely to keep Marilyn in a rational state for the finale. There was no stipulation against using external divine power. Next, I can only hope that the dissolution action of the Father of God can be completed quickly. As the roots of the tree began to wither due to the loss of power, Latches anxiously turned to attack Marilyn's psyche with his words in an attempt to stop her. "Stop it, Marilyn. You cannot withstand the immense suffering brought by the Tree of Life's power when it dies." Lokier said, "Why? Why put in so much for those who look down on you? What do the Valkyries truly symbolize in victory? Merely tools of the gods, there's no need to go this far." As the roots began to lose their strength, Lokier's face on the tree also grew old and haggard. Lokier continued to assault Marilyn's psyche. "Don't be so stubborn, no man is worth it." Lokier continued, "Even Yi Wu, the one you love most, is just using you. Once he is done with you, he will have no hesitation in tossing you aside. All the suffering you have endured will be in vain." Marilyn, hearing Lokier mention Yi Wu, finally reacted, fiercely retorting, "So what? As long as it's Yi Wu, I will willingly be used and manipulated by him. Becoming his tool, a person who will never meet someone worthy of my devotion. Truly pitiful, Lokier. Therefore, the one who should give up is you. Your temptation towards me is futile. What I carry is more important than suffering and destruction." Lokier's face was almost drained, his eyes wide as he screamed, "This bitch must die, it's all destruction. Why? Why stop me from seeking revenge? I cannot accept it, I cannot accept it." But no matter how unwilling Lokier was, in the end, he also withered away like a root drained of its strength, leaving only a withered, desolate branch at the scene. At the same time, at the boat god Deplatny, many people were being led onto the ship. "Hurry. This is the last group, everyone get on the ship quickly, this world is about to be destroyed." The gray-haired girl, hearing the situation explained by the divine technique, cried out in anguish, "What are you saying? Is it really Yi Wu and Marilyn who are preventing everything, buying us time to escape?" Receiving a confirmed answer, the gray-haired girl became so desperate that she sat down on the ground, covering her face and weeping. "No, they cannot bear this life-threatening burden. Ho-ho, Yi Wu, Marilyn. You absolutely cannot have an accident, you must survive and come back." Solto stood on the high platform and, seeing that everyone was on board, signaled, "Old man, everyone is on the boat, let's set sail. I will use Mjolnir to fetch Yi Wu and the others." The old man in golden armor immediately waved his hand to signal. Deplatny set sail. Yi Wu and Marilyn stood below, surrounded by the thunderclaps of the sky, looking up at the distant ship and murmuring, "Has it finally set sail successfully?" Solto's voice echoed from the ship, "Yi Wu, just like last time, grasp the handle of Mjolnir, and you will be able to transfer in time. Remember, you must hold on to the hammer's handle in order to succeed." Yi Wu looked up in surprise at the divine ship. "Solto is transmitting through Mjolnir, isn't he?" Yiwu looked at the hammer floating before him, not gripping the handle to turn back as Solto instructed but gently touched the face of the hammer, smiling and replying, I will not go with you anymore, I have to stay by Marilyn's side. I hope you find the path of survival in the other world. Solto, I am very glad to be brothers with you. This memory, I will never forget. The system notification echoed in Yiwu's mind, the mission completion rate has reached 100%, the dimensional escape door is about to open. The teleportation door countdown begins, 10, 9. Yiwu slowly stepped toward where Marilyn was standing. I'm sorry, Marilyn. Yiwu said, then hugged Marilyn tightly, whispering, You've suffered so much, but this is all I can do. Marilyn, touched, wrapped her arms around Yiwu. Yiwu, you've done very well. This is already the best result we could achieve. The greatest regret for me is that I can't be with you forever. Marilyn said, then nestled into Yiwu's embrace. Yiwu smiled as he looked at Marilyn's blushing cheeks, gently saying, No, we can be together forever now. This is also the biggest purpose I came to your world for. Marilyn softly replied, I believe everything you say. As the countdown finished, a dazzling light appeared, enveloping the two of them. When the countdown reached 0, the teleportation door opened, successfully transporting them to the real world. When Yiwu landed once more, countless insects appeared around him, rushing towards him to tear him apart. Yiwu hurriedly commanded, System, switch to the fallen Valkyrie account. Marilyn immediately appeared, using her shield to block the swarm of insects attacking Yiwu, a happy smile on her face. I knew you wouldn't deceive me, we can truly be together forever now. Yiwu smiled as Marilyn firmly swung her sword towards a monster, causing it to scream in pain, Aaaah. She shouted, Yiwu gave me a new life, and with me here, who would dare to touch him? After that, she raised her hand, smiling brightly, and said, Yiwu, we truly will be together forever. Yiwu replied, I told you I wouldn't deceive you. The two held each other's hands tightly, beaming with joy. Marilyn happily responded, even if it's in this form, just being able to protect him is already incredibly fulfilling. Suddenly, the system announced, Realm of the Gods Arangat begins to distribute the mission rewards for the dungeon. Mission completion progress is 100%, the Berserk Massacre debuff has been lifted, the Valkyrie's account has been cleared, and they can use their normal abilities. Activating the hidden lineage reward, Marilyn defeminization. The Valkyries can fight alone. The Valkyries fighting alone, rewards will be recalculated, summoning 100% of the Valkyrie's power, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 7 days. Reminder, summoning 100% strength has a huge effect, it will accumulate value far beyond madness. Please consider using it. Yiwu clenched his fists, joyfully exclaimed, being able to summon the full state of the Valkyries for 30 seconds. This is an existence that can destroy heaven and earth. He thought to himself, but if there are side effects, it should only be used in desperate situations. Then, a crown of destruction ring ignited in the sky. Yiwu was secretly delighted, this dungeon harvest is quite rich, not only have I obtained various powerful tools and weapons, but I also got another ingredient for the resurrection potion from before. This is too good. The cube thought to itself, I remember now, I finally remember, because of traversing through countless spaces, I forgot my purpose for coming here. I came here solely for revenge against that guy. He continued, but I didn't expect that he would bring Marilyn back to this world. What can I do now? I have to quickly run away. Marilyn and Yiwu had started to pay attention to him. Immediately, Marilyn brandished her sword and charged towards the cube, causing it to panic. It stammered, pleading, wait, let me speak. Our conflict was in the previous dimension, let's leave it there, we are in a new world now. Please spare me. Marilyn swung her sword fiercely, striking the cube and shattering it into pieces. The fragments flew around, and it screamed in anger, why? Why must you pursue and kill me? Damn it, the insects of the lower space, do you really think you can kill me? I am an immortal entity transcending space, even if I am shattered into dust, I will not stop growing stronger. Marilyn said nothing and used fierce flames to incinerate the cube. It cried out, wait, This flaming meteor is the power of the outer god. How can you inherit the power of the outer god? I am an eternal, indestructible entity, how can I be? A. Not finishing his sentence, the cube exploded, and dust spread everywhere. The system immediately announced, successfully eliminated the fragments of the cube, received 50 million experience points, 10 million gold coins, and obtained the divine item miniature hyperdimensional cube. The miniature hyperdimensional cube can only be powered up by collecting unique fragments. Once the power-up is successful, it can teleport to various levels of different spaces. Unique fragments can be sensed in the dungeons during battles. Yiwu chuckled, then thought to himself, this divine item is exactly what I need right now. Compared to passively entering the dungeon without preparation, actively entering a space will be much easier. But what exactly is this unique fragment? Is it the world outside or the dungeon space? If it's the space of the outside world, then it's troublesome. When he looked up, he saw Marilyn gradually disappearing. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye. She reminded Yiwu, time's up, I have to go now. Remember, I will always be by your side, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Yiwu replied cheerfully, me too, Marilyn. After she disappeared, Yiwu sighed and thought, the story about Marilyn has finally ended beautifully. I finally didn't turn into a female jewelry boss. Avis regretfully replied, oh, such a pity. I was hoping to see the owner dressed as a woman, but in the end, nothing happened. Yiwu immediately smacked Avis on the head and then suddenly glanced back, wondering, why is it coming here? Avil hurriedly ran over, and Yiwu called, Uncle. Then he stepped forward and asked, Uncle, why are you here? Avil smiled awkwardly, his steps unsteady, and replied, isn't it because I was worried and wanted to check a bit? In the end, I got attracted by some strange things instead? Yiwu thought to himself, worried? I think there might be another intention behind it. Last time, you wanted the Mdue map but didn't return it. This uncle is very secretive. Then he asked, so, did you find anything from this site? Avil answered, of course there is. He took out a stone and asked, do you know what this is? Yiwu replied, it is a fragment of the world of stone. Avil exclaimed in surprise, you know about this too? Then, Avil continued to ask, since you recognize this object, I think you also know that the world of stone contains the records and creation rules of this world. Avil continued, but do you know what its real effect is? Yiwu replied, could it be related to the world reboot? Avil exclaimed, oh my, that's good. Is there anything in this world you don't know? He recounted, in fact, our world has long been divided into 3 factions, conservatives, restarters, and wait and see. Conservatives advocate maintaining the status quo, preserving their own power, and all resources are controlled by major corporations. Restarters consist of a dispersed team with a large number of people, hoping to reset the world and return to the Earth network era. Whoever has the power to restart will dominate the world. The wait-and-see group remains neutral, with no specific goals. This organization is quite complex. The vast majority are either individuals or collectives from the wild forces, usually working for the 2 above factions to earn money. But regardless of which side they are on, they all chase after the fragments of the world of stone. After all, whether it's about re-establishing the world or maintaining the old regime, this object holds significant benefits for them. Yiwu smiled and asked, wait a minute, uncle, why did you suddenly mention the establishment of the world? Don't you feel anxious? Yiwu continued, although I am a bit surprised, now that it has come to this, I am very curious. Which faction does uncle belong to? Avil asked back, Yiwu, which faction do you hope I belong to? Yiwu quickly guessed his intent. He replied with a question, isn't your question actually an opportunity to ask me which faction I belong to? Because if I belong to any faction, I would surely hope to be with you. Avil laughed in delight, praising him, smart, you truly cannot be hidden, no wonder you are the one chosen by old man Mu Wei. Yiwu replied in surprise, how could I be chosen by Mu Wei? I have never met him. Avil explained, this has nothing to do with meeting, it's the old man's will entrusted in the map selecting you. Then he asked Yi Wu, did you see the content on the map? Yi Wu responded, maybe. Avil smiled and said, then that's right, wasn't I looking for you to borrow that map before? That map, in my eyes, was just a blank screen, yet you could see the content on the map which holds the will of old man Mu concealed within it. Yi Wu rested his chin on his hand in thought and said, but the map only records a limited amount of information and detailed geography within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. While it does have its uses, I have not detected any existence of will. Avil replied, that shows you haven't researched deeply enough. That old man is very cunning, he has certainly hidden more important information within the map. Yi Wu curiously asked, Uncle, how do you know so much? What is your connection with Mu Wei? Thinking of the past, Avil replied, I followed him for 20 years in the wild, and one could consider me an unworthy disciple in his eyes. Yi Wu exclaimed in surprise, disciple? Avil recounted, later on, due to differing ideals, I parted ways with him because that old man Mu Wei disapproved of the 3 existing factions and chose a completely new and arduous path, the Reconstruction faction. Yi Wu gently inquired, Reconstruction faction? Avil then explained, the Reconstruction faction, as its name implies, aims to preserve everything that currently exists and build order upon the existing foundation. Mu Wei believes that even if an era is ushered in, the dangers to the world will not end, and the constraints will not be broken. Avil continued, the current era, while a risk of extinction for humanity, is also a completely degenerated opportunity. In this age, humans not only have access to nearly limitless nuclear energy but also possess scientific and technological advancements on different dimensional levels, even magic. Therefore, Mu Wei believes that the current unfavorable situation is entirely due to humans fighting amongst themselves, with everyone failing to develop in a unified and well-planned manner. What this world needs is not a restart but a truly powerful individual to guide everyone onto the right path. Yi Wu showed surprise. He thought to himself, the central idea of this Reconstruction faction aligns with the super safe zone theory that I proposed, doesn't it? This can be seen as heroes sharing the same aspirations. Avil continued, previously, I felt the old man's meaning was too fantastical, which is why I parted ways with him, but my thoughts have changed now. Because I have encountered you, Yi Wu, you are the strong person that old man Mu Wei has been searching for. A versatile individual like you may indeed realize the old man's ideals. This is something only you can accomplish. Yi Wu, if you choose Reconstruction as well, I will do my utmost to support you. Saying that, he gently placed a hand on Yi Wu's shoulder, and Yi Wu smiled in response, what I am doing now, while consistent with Mu Wei's ideals, does not extend to such long-term plans. Yi Wu continued, I never thought about leading and controlling the development of the world. Avil encouraged, it's okay, there's no rush, really. No one can be sure about the future. Then he cheerfully put his arm around Yi Wu and suggested, after you finish your business here, let's go back and continue drinking together. Yi Wu then asked, by the way, uncle, do you know the current whereabouts of Mu Wei? Avil replied, no, I don't know, but I'm sure he's not dead because the old man is very strong, incredibly strong. The next day, in the safe zone, a voice inquired, Senior, did you call us here for something? Yi Wu pointed to the system panels and said, these weapons are for you to try out. Ruan Tian received a bright red magic staff and excitedly exclaimed, wow, this staff is so beautiful. Holding it, I can feel the immense power contained within. What level of weapon is this? Yi Yinfei received a bow and arrows. She joyfully shouted, this bow can shoot arrows without needing them. I love it so much, you're really good to me. Meanwhile, Luo Feng received a sword. He asked the senior, can we really have such a divine weapon? He smiled and replied, it's all good. Weapons like this, I have plenty, and they aren't too rare. You just need to find one that feels right for you, so with these divine grade weapons, you guys should also level up a bit. Hearing that, everyone happily took the weapons and left. Ruan Tian expressed her understanding, we're going to level up, I've been eager to try this divine weapon. Luo Feng smiled with excitement and said, thank you so much, senior. Let's go to the dungeon for the training match. Now I have both offense and defense. This time, I'm about to be the champion. Watching them leave, Yiwu thought to himself, next, I should discuss the super safe zone with Emoko and I. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Yiwu. He was surprised and asked, "Why are you here? And coming through the back door, aren't you here to take revenge on me for eliminating Huang Zhang?" She replied, "Huang Zhang's existence or non-existence doesn't mean much to me. Without their restraints, I'm even freer. I'm not here for that." Yiwu then opened the system and smiled, saying, "So you're here to pay me back? You borrowed 200 million from me before, this much is mostly interest for you." At that moment, the system notification appeared on Xuelu's screen, "Yiwu transferred 230 million to you." Xuelu immediately clicked on the decline button. Yiwu wondered, "So what is your situation here?" Xuelu replied, "I don't need this money anymore, consider it payment for you. I need you to help me with something." Yiwu asked, "Something?" "This task is worth 200 million, it must be quite difficult, right?" Xuelu then made her request, "Come with me to the next level 200 dungeon. There is something I really desire inside." Level 200 may indeed be very challenging for an ordinary person, but it should not be an issue for you, right? Xuelu, level 190, stepped out and stated, "According to the intelligence I have, the entrance to the large type dungeon is located in the Demon Fiend Gorge near the Dongfang area, but the entrance to the dungeon is very special. Because it opens in two directions, it means not only can we enter, but the demons inside the dungeon can also pose a threat to the surroundings. This dungeon is originally guarded by the eastern region, but recently they have finally decided to counterattack, starting to concentrate their troops for the first large-scale assault on this dungeon, while also opening the dungeon to the outside." She continued, "The entire team and all individuals are willing to participate, even the hired mercenaries can join, so the personnel for this dungeon battle will be very mixed, and the competition will be fierce. This level 200 dungeon, although dangerous, also means that there will be incredibly rich rewards inside. Besides the personal benefits for the dungeon masters, individuals or factions will also receive honor and status granted by the East region upon defeating the final boss. Therefore, this dungeon battle is an opportunity that cannot be missed for those with skill." Xuelu looked at Yiwu and said, "I believe a person as greedy as you wouldn't refuse, right?" He fell into a brief silence. Then, she turned around and waved at him, saying, "Let's go, we need to hurry on our way, after all, it's still very far." When she saw he was still standing there, she asked, "Why are you still standing there?" Yiwu spoke up, "Why are you so sure that I will definitely go? I haven't said whether I want to go or not." Xuelu inquired further, "One more thing, faced with such generous rewards, don't tell me you will refuse?" As soon as she finished asking, he replied, "Yes, I refuse." She was astonished and exclaimed, "You? What did you say?" Then, she ran around Yiwu and angrily asked, "Why are you not really greedy for wealth? You have no reason to refuse. Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? You wouldn't suddenly be uninterested in money, would you?" She continued, "It makes no sense. Or do you feel that the rewards of this dungeon are not enough?" He replied, "It has nothing to do with these things. First, you haven't revealed your true purpose. Second, even if the compensation is generous, I'm not available. My super safe zone plan has just started, and I need to focus my energy on it. Moreover, I have absolutely no interest in working for the East region." Xuelu thought to herself, "That's true. He is really making a lot of sense, I can't counter that for the moment." She sighed and admitted, "All right, I can tell you my real purpose for coming to this dungeon. Actually, I'm here to kill someone." He immediately asked, "Who are you going to kill?" Xuelu thought of that scientist and said, "I want to kill an old man named Juku. He is the leading scientist in genetic research in the East region, and he will also be coming to this dungeon." Upon hearing this, Yiwu was somewhat interested and asked again, "Isn't genetic science an ancient science that has been lost?" Xuelu responded, "Not only genetic science, there are many related studies of similar lost sciences in the East region." Yiwu inquired, "So, do you have any enmity with the old man named Juku?" She was a bit annoyed and shouted, "I've said enough already. If you are not willing to go, then let's forget it, pay me, and I will find someone else." He said, "If I am as important to you as that, then it's not impossible for me to go, but you must agree to two of my conditions." Suddenly, Shuelu came over and pressed a knife against his neck, asking, "Are you joking with me? You clearly want to go, yet not only do you want to pry into my secrets, but you also want me to owe your lover." Yi Wu replied, "Please don't be angry. If it were only for money or benefits, I truly wouldn't consider going. But if it's a personal grudge that needs to be resolved like yours, then it's different. Moreover, you seeking me proves that completing this task is very difficult. Previously, I owed you a favor, so naturally, I must help you now." Hearing Yi Wu's words, Shuelu felt a bit flushed and thought, "So that's how it is? Could it be that I have been shallow and misunderstood him?" He smiled as he pushed the knife away. "Of course, I cannot work for free. First, everything obtained in this dungeon must belong to me. Additionally, after this matter concludes, you must also join my formation." She secretly blamed him. "It seems I wasn't wrong about him at all." Afterward, she also accepted that, "The dungeon doesn't interest me, you can have it all. But for you to want me to join Han Mo, that is absolutely out of the question. After all, I was once a part of Huang Zhang. Even if Huang Zhang falls, I cannot fight for the enemy, that's just not my style." Yi Wu smiled and said, "It's not about joining Han Mo, it's about joining me." She was a bit taken aback and asked, "What?" He continued, "Why don't you listen to my vision of a super safe zone first, then make your decision?" Shuelu, hearing this, immediately questioned, "What is this super safe zone?" After Yi Wu explained about the safe zone, she was extremely surprised and said, "What? Yi Wu, do you really want to go this far? Is this really achievable?" "No, if what you're saying is true, it might actually be possible." Shuelu thought to herself, "I never expected Yi Wu to have such distant ambitions. Is this the ultimate reason for his greed? I really misjudged him." Then, feeling a bit shy, she said, "Alright, fine, I support your ideals. As long as you don't restrict my freedom, I am willing to join." Yi Wu happily said, "Then let's make that decision." The two of them walked outside. Yi Wu pointed at the spaceship and said, "Let's go, we're setting off." Shuelu thought to herself, "In a short time, his abilities and ambition have grown to this extent, even I am starting to look forward to the limits of this man. After all, what is his limit?" As it was Shuelu's first experience riding in a fighter plane, she excitedly shouted, "Ha! The feeling of being in the plane is truly amazing." Hearing that, Yi Wu expressed his thoughts while admiring the scenery below. "This feeling is completely different from flying on my own. It's fresh, thrilling, and so interesting." Although he was focused on piloting, Yi Wu couldn't help but exclaim, hearing this laughter, "It seems you are really excited. I didn't expect the iceberg goddess to have such an adorable side. If that's the case, let's make her even happier." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of flying beasts appeared, targeting the spaceship for an attack. In response to the situation, Shuelu warned Yi Wu, "Be careful, there are flying beasts ahead." Yi Wu calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm here. You just need to be happy and enjoy the thrill." True to his word, he immediately unleashed his skill of the agile dragon eye, which left Shuelu astonished. "Wow, the demon beast is being teased by you, Yi Wu, how did you do that?" He explained, "This is an ancient special flying maneuver, combined with the advanced capabilities of the fighter and my operations, so that these demon beasts can expand their horizons." After that, he executed the falling leaf flying mechanism skill. Shuelu asked, "Exciting, Yi Wu, you're really amazing. What do we call this move now?" Tricked by the skill, the monsters screamed, "Can't hit?" In the aircraft, he further explained, utilizing the fighter's ability to turn with no radius or a small radius, like a leaf falling from a tree, maneuvering unpredictably to evade attacks. Upon hearing this, the monsters became furious. One beast roared, "Damn, we see you as food, and you see us as materials to impress girls. Brothers, tear him apart for me." But Yi Wu calmly replied, "So what? To experience the wisdom of our ancients is a privilege for you demon beasts." Shuelu, enjoying the battle experience, joyfully said, "It's amazing, I love it, thank you Yiwu. You've given me such an exciting experience of aerial combat." He simply responded, "As long as you're happy." Now, next. With a delighted smile, he pulled the lever up and announced, "I'm about to accelerate." She was fully excited, yes, yes. Outside the dungeon abyss of demon strife, the monsters howled as they emerged from the gate. One of them shrieked, "Delicious flavor! Fresh living people! Hungry! So hungry! Flesh brought to the mouth, no reason not to eat. I must chew them up." Wei Shu Wen's subordinates, after dealing with the monsters, asked, "Captain, wasn't it said that this time it was a major dungeon? But doesn't it seem a bit light?" Someone next to him also voiced agreement, "That's right, Captain. They're even worried that something might happen above, so they sent us here." Could it be an overreaction? Wei Shuwen shook his head and replied, "Don't be careless. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. The higher-ups arranged it this way for a reason. No matter what, we must remain cautious." After a few minutes of fighting, a subordinate reported, "Captain, the demons at the dungeon entrance have been cleared." Wei Shuwen nodded, praising, "Well done. You've all worked hard." Suddenly, Juku appeared from the dust cloud. He angrily shouted, "You fools, Wei Shuwen! What have you done? Why did you kill them all? My purpose for coming here was to study and gather important genes from the demons. If you've killed them all, what am I supposed to research?" Despite being scolded, Wei Shuwen remained calm and patiently replied, "Doctor, don't be angry. There are still unused samples in the dungeon. We can go capture more. Don't worry too much about these small monsters." But his thoughts were different. It's really hard to serve, that fat bastard. What does he think he is? If it weren't for this mission of the Phoenix Cola team to protect him, I wouldn't bother caring about him. Putting that aside, he asked, "Also, the best doctor, you better not casually mention the purpose of this trip of ours. If outsiders hear it, it could be problematic." Juku didn't care, retorted, "So what if they hear?" He pointed at the others and said, "Even if they know our purpose, what does it matter? Do they understand what genetic materials are? Advanced science has long been lost, these unevolved monkeys won't comprehend it." Wei Shuwen cautiously replied, "That's true." Li Shashen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but angrily scold, "Stop talking nonsense. We are the mercenary brigade, the Wild King's destiny at the end of the century, ranked 5th in the Eastern Wasteland. We have no interest in any godforsaken genetic materials." The effect had the brothers cheering, "Captain is mighty, Captain is mighty." He added, "We only need money and tools, never thought of competing with you guys." Juku cunningly said, "A smart decision," but deep down he scoffs. Monkeys are just monkeys, provoking them casually is all that's needed. These fools can't read a few words, they will never understand the true value of demonic genetic materials. Li Shashen looked at Queen's team and casually remarked, "A group of beautiful girls like this entering the lair of a demon is quite dangerous. It's better to wait outside until we go in and earn a lot of money, then we can take you all out." Gufian, hearing this, brandished her whip threateningly, feeling that nothing irritates women more than rude men like them. "I really look forward to that, but after you guys go in, it's likely you'll go in and not return. It's still better for us to go in ourselves, earning money is easier that way." Li Shashen chuckled heartily, his eyes sparkling with interest. A person meant to be scolded like him felt thrilled upon hearing this. "You girls are really fiery, I like the type like you a lot." She replied, "In the end, whether it's burning hot or the pain from the whip, it depends on whether your small body can withstand the trampling." While they were flirting with each other, Yiwu's aircraft descended, sending a cloud of dust flying everywhere. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Cough, cough, cough, oh my, the dust is too much, my newly bought gear is all dirty now. The first time I wear it, and instead of getting stained with monster blood, it's covered in dirt because someone is showing off. Who doesn't have karma like this? We came here to raid dungeons to earn money, and before we could even earn anything, we're already eating dirt. Shuelu stepped down, smiling and praising, "You've arrived so quickly, this is much faster than flying by myself. Yiwu, next time I have the chance, take me flying again." Yiwu also stepped down, nodding in response, "Sure, just wait until you join me, there will be plenty of opportunities." This scene made Li Shaoxun unable to suppress his contempt, scolding, "Damn, with this lineup, I thought someone important was coming. Turns out it's just a kid trying to flirt. You two dare to come challenge a level 200 dungeon, if you're just showing off to impress a girl, get lost." The guy next to him chimed in, his voice full of mockery, "That's right, this kid is so eager to show off in front of a girl that he doesn't even care about his life anymore. It's a shame such a beautiful girl would go along with him and end up throwing her life away." Unlike Li Shaoxun's attitude, Wei Shuwen appeared excited, commenting, "Ah, it's this guy. Previously, I wanted to kill him to steal the ancient, but Shaoxun stopped me. Now he's delivering himself right to me, this time I won't miss the opportunity." Meanwhile, Shuelu's gaze was fixated on Juku, causing Yiwu to feel puzzled and curious. "The look this woman gives me isn't friendly at all. But why does she seem so familiar, like I've seen her somewhere before?" "Never mind, the most important thing right now is to get the evil demon, the other stuff isn't important, but if you keep staring at me, be careful, I might use your beautiful eyes for an experiment right now." Yiwu observed her expression and remarked, "This fat guy only has a level of 150, yet he makes Shuelu feel so apprehensive. It seems he is hiding a lot of strength." Gufian seductively looked at Yiwu and smiled, "Handsome, I hope we can cooperate well in the dungeon." Upon hearing this, Yiwu couldn't help but be astonished. When he saw a familiar face in the team, he instinctively thought, "Is that Bai Shueha? Why is she here?" Not only has she disguised her name and personal information, but she is also pretending not to know me. What is her purpose? After thinking for a long time, Yiwu felt increasingly uneasy. Wait a minute. Shueha, Shuelu. Both of them have appeared now. The secret relationship between these two might be unraveled in the dungeon. Juku stood in front of everyone, waved his hand to signal, and said loudly, "I won't repeat the rules again. You must remember that once you step into this dungeon entrance, your lives are your own responsibility. Don't come crying and begging for help later." Everyone shouted excitedly, "Of course. Don't dawdle anymore, fat man. I'm so eager. Let's get into the dungeon." However, luck was not on their side. As soon as they set foot inside, the entire team immediately encountered the boss Monaco Gluttony. Everyone said in unison, "As soon as we stepped into the dungeon, we encountered a boss," which frightened everyone. "What kind of operation is this?" Juku, filled with knowledge, reassured everyone, "Don't panic, although it's a boss, it seems to lack high-level intelligence. This ugly form is not the perfect magical orb I want to take. Quickly deal with it, then continue searching for a more ideal specimen." Li Shaoxun, although not fond of taking orders from others, nodded in agreement. "It may look like this, but if it's a boss, the rewards will surely be substantial." Gufian immediately spoke up to criticize, "This boss looks too disgusting. I'll leave it to you guys." Wei Shuwen's side also agreed, "The Phoenix Cola team has no interest in this boss either. You guys are free to handle it." He thought to himself, "If it weren't for the master wanting it, we certainly wouldn't have to take action. With such a foolish person hiring others to clear the way, we have more time on our hands." Seeing everyone refuse, Li Shaoxun didn't hesitate to charge forward. "You all said it yourself, don't go back on your words. I am not the kind of vase like you all. The first boss in this dungeon belongs to me now." The group immediately echoed, "Senior is mighty. Senior is unmatched in wisdom and courage." The Team Yu was still calmly discussed among themselves. "I predict the battle in this dungeon will probably last a long time, because previously I read in a book that the people from the Western continent divided human desires into 7 types: pride, envy, anger, laziness, greed, gluttonous rage, and lust. Gluttonous rage is one of them. If the demon boss in this dungeon is categorized like that, then there will be at least 7 bosses." He glanced at Shuelu and signaled, "So to avoid any unexpected situations, do we want to deal with Juku here and now?" Upon hearing this, she immediately refused. No, if we just kill him like that, it would be too easy for him. I must strike when he is joyfully thinking he has achieved his goal. He must endure despair from both his body and his heart. Yi Wu respected her decision, nodding, follow your intuition, after all, I promise to help you. As long as you feel the time is right, I will act. He looked at her and added, but I am really curious, what kind of deep hatred do Xuelu and Juku have? Seeing her angry, he sighed and gave up, but if she is unwilling to bring it up herself, I don't need to press her. It's enough to silently support her. Returning to the battlefield, Shashin's team joyfully shouted, Senior, this boss is about to go down, it looks like we are about to claim the main reward for the first kill. Seeing the opportunity, Shashin commanded, everyone quickly step back, I will deal it the final killing blow. The might they displayed made others exclaim in admiration, no wonder they are the 5th-ranked mercenary brigade in the eastern wasteland, their coordination with this boss fight is exceptional. Did we stumble into the wrong place? Should we join them? A person next to them said, earlier, judging by their appearance, I thought they looked absolutely unreliable. I didn't expect their actual combat experience and teamwork to be so high. Compliments continued, the poor boss has barely appeared and is already facing such a fierce encirclement. It's almost down before it even got out. But after the recent barrage, the boss still had 10% health left, causing Shashin to be astonished, oh no, it's still alive, but no matter, it has lost too much health. Everyone, let's finish it off. Before they could attack, it exhibited strange behavior, prompting everyone to shout, Senior, something's wrong with this boss, why is it starting to eat its own kind? After a hearty meal, the boss has now entered a new phase. This evolution has instilled fear in everyone. It is covered in blood, recovering, and has leveled up to a new tier. What's going on here? Before the words could finish, it unleashed its devour skill, replacing the fear-filled words with please. Don't! Help, Senior, save us! The situation became even more perilous, causing Shashin to bow his head and plead, Hey, what are you all doing just watching this? Damn! Everyone is here to raid the dungeon, but I'm the only one risking my life. Upon hearing this, others mocked him, weren't you the one telling us not to intervene? He was infuriated, shouting, Damn, is the situation now the same as before? This boss has mutated. If we wait until it eats us all, you will be next. The heroic spirit of the Phoenix Cola team rallied to encourage, now's not the time to argue, the properties of this boss seem to grow stronger the more it devours. If we continue to ignore it, we will also fall into a dangerous predicament. Everyone rallied together, teammates shouted, Brothers, follow the captain so we can teach these country bumpkins what real team fighting is. Seeing Wei Shuwen launching an attack, the Queen's team panicked and reported, the big sister of the Phoenix Cola team is striking. Hearing this, someone from the Fei Yin team shouted an order, all ladies, support them. Today we'll let those useless men cling to our skirts. The scene of this battle made the onlookers cheer, look. 3 great battle teams are working together to surround the boss. The boss is being suppressed once again. We, the bad guys, must step up, we can't let others look down on us. Seeing everyone rushing in, Xuelu turned to Yi Wu, her voice filled with curiosity, I have no demands for this dungeon, which is why I don't want to intervene uselessly. But what about you? Aren't you going to participate? The rewards for the top 9 kills of the boss are pretty generous, with your personality, you definitely wouldn't want to pass that up. Yi Wu shook his head and replied calmly, not rushing. Let them work for me a while longer. When the boss's health drops to 10%, could you help me chop it into pieces no larger than a meatloaf? Upon hearing this, Xuelu couldn't help but be surprised, I have no problem doing that, but they've already beaten the boss down to this point, and it can still recover. Why do you want me to do something pointless like that? Yi Wu confidently stated, you just need to follow my instructions. In the end, the boss was left with only 10% health. Seeing this, everyone increased their attack and shouted, the boss's health is only down to 10%. Is it about to enter gluttonous rage? Everyone step back, be careful not to let it eat you. Before they could retreat, the boss was shredded into pieces by Shuehe. Witnessing this scene, they screamed in panic, "Oh my! What is this woman doing? Does she want to rob the boss?" However, when they saw the boss starting to heal, Shashin mocked, "So naive. Such an attack simply has no effect. She clearly witnessed me taking damage earlier, yet she still refuses to believe it." Shu Wen quickly considered and commanded, "This woman wants to sabotage. Hurry back. If she gets eaten by the boss, it will recover once again." Without hesitation, Yi Wu utilized the skill devouring the heavens and earth black little cave before everyone's eyes. A strange black hole appeared, swallowing the boss before it could fully recover. Immediately, the system announced, "Boss Monaco Gluttony has been killed. The first kill belongs to Yi Wu." Hearing the familiar sound, the soldiers shouted, "This dungeon still brings system notifications. Another first kill gone." A series of notifications appeared, received 10 million experience, 5 million gold. Obtained an endless void bag, and epic level equipment that can increase the item capacity. Collected 10 units of touching the extreme taste, which has a strange flavor and lingering aftertaste. Each tentacle eaten can restore 100% HP. Increases strength by 30%. Accompanied by a hunger status lasting 1 minute. Fang of Gluttony, and epic level equipment, a claw made from the fangs of the gluttonous rage demon, extremely sharp. Instantly tears apart enemies, increases armor penetration by 30%, reduces the opponent's defense by 20%. After hearing this, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my god, what on earth just happened?" Yi Wu stepped out from his skill, calmly remarked, "Gluttonous rage is nothing special. My taste is still greater." Shashin's group spoke up, "Oh, it turns out to be this show-off." Shashin angrily cursed, "I worked hard to defeat the boss and lost health, only to have you use that weird trick to steal the monster. Do you want to die?" Seeing this, he advised, "Senior, don't waste your breath on him. Everyone, let's surround and kill him." With a proud demeanor, he smugly said, "Isn't this dungeon supposed to be open to everyone? Everyone competes for the boss based on their abilities, isn't that the old rule?" His words made Sha Shen go even crazier. "Damn, you really think too highly of yourself, huh? It seems that unless I take action, you won't know how much you weigh. You want to talk about rules? Well, right now, I find you unpleasant to look at. Killing you won't break any rules." Seeing that the other teammates weren't joining the fight, he suddenly thought, "Wait, that's not right." After being robbed of the monster, the Phoenix Cola team and the people from the Queen's team showed no reaction to this guy's provocations. He squinted to investigate. With the instinct honed over years of monster hunting in the wild, there must be some hidden danger here. What is this kid's background? To stand alone against everyone and still maintain his composure, there must definitely be something going on. It's better for me to not act rashly. The system chimed in again, "Kill the demon gluttonous rage, trigger the account linked to that man, special mission, kill 100,000 demons." He was taken aback by this announcement. "What? I have to kill 100,000 demons? Are you kidding me?" Seeing the powerful man on the screen, Yi Wu anxiously asked the system, 100,000 demons? Are there really enough demons in this dungeon to kill 100,000? The system immediately replied, "Oh, killing one boss is equivalent to killing 5,000 demons." Yi Wu further questioned, "With such a deadlock, doesn't it mean we have to kill through the entire dungeon to reach 100,000 demons?" The system responded, "Exactly. To accumulate a kill count of 100,000 demons, you must traverse and defeat the dungeon. If you switch to that man's account, you can enhance damage and optimize benefits when exterminating demons." The system continued to guide, "Make sure to use finishing moves to kill demons. These moves will help accumulate the elegance index and the fear index of the demons. These indices will increase based on rating levels, classified from low to high, a total of 7 levels, D, E, C, B, A, S, this. The system went on to explain, the elegance index along with the fear index of the demons can be converted to boost damage. The maximum damage can increase up to 500%. Finally, it added, additionally, if you use that man's account to kill 100,000 demons, you can unlock the upgrade for the Demon Destroyer account. After giving instructions, the system added, the Demon Destroyer can take advantage of the Demon Blood Ruby obtained in the realm of the gods Alengard to enter the Equatorial Demon Latitude. This is the stronghold of all demons, a mid-level dungeon of the demon type. In this dungeon, an ancient type of demon is the final boss. Hearing this information, Yiwu became even more excited. He said, an ancient is connected to another ancient. Although killing 100,000 demons sounds troublesome, aiming for this reward, I have to clear the dungeon. The atmosphere grew tense. Some, frightened by his aura, turned to ask Li Shaoxin in fear, Senior, should we still take action against him? Li Shaoxin shouted, what action should we take? Then, he thought to himself, as the saying goes, a shooting bird sticks its head out. If other forces do not act against this guy, I won't be the first to touch this misfortune. Damn, just endure it. In another corner, Wei Shuwen looked at Yi Wu, his gaze deep in thought. He quietly considered, the leader of the East region entrusted us with the task of protecting Juku, there is no need for an internal conflict at this moment. It's not too late to settle accounts with this brat after clearing the level. The announcement echoed, killing a boss will officially close the teleportation gate. After killing the remaining 6 bosses, the teleportation gate to the dungeon will be opened. Each time a boss is killed, there will be a 30-second delay. After the delay ends, the boss's attributes will increase by 10%, and the attributes of minions will increase by 5%. Thus, the one who kills the final boss will have the right to control the entire dungeon. They will have the power to decide the fate of all life within the dungeon, including both demons and participants. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with reactions, are you kidding? If that's the case, this dungeon has hellish difficulty, why bother fighting? In contrast, someone exclaimed cheerfully, all life in the dungeon, not just us, but even those demons count too. If we can kill the final boss, wouldn't that make us a god? We could control the entire demon army to do our bidding. Shaoxin frowned, thinking, damn, the difficulty of this dungeon is indeed monstrous. But the rewards are equally tempting. I like it. He glanced around, secretly plotting, damn, let's take the risk. If I want pleasure, I have to go all out. Money, women, demons, I will take all. Goofy and chuckled coldly, her eyes gleaming with a sense of satisfaction, the power to control everything, huh? Haha, interesting. Just wait until I seize that power, I will kill all the men here. This world doesn't need men at all. It would be best if all of them died. Thinking of this, she revealed a chilling smile, but Yi Wu. Perhaps it won't be too late to kill him after he's played around. On the other side, Shuwen glanced at Yi Wu, a cunning smile creeping on her lips. In her mind, she secretly thought, as long as we gain control of the dungeon, no matter what tricks that brat uses, he won't be able to do anything to us. Kid, your time of freedom is running out. This time, there won't be anyone like Xiao Chen to protect you. In the dark corner, a sinister figure whispered to himself, the control of this dungeon will surely belong to me. This living laboratory was indeed created for me. Ha ha. I will turn all of them into materials for my research and transformation. Yiwu stood silently, his gaze calm yet sharp, as if seeing through the entire scheme unfolding around him. He thought to himself, seeing their twisted eyes. The dungeon hasn't even opened yet, and they're already plotting against each other. This is truly a hellish dungeon embodying all 7 deadly sins. Mastering people's hearts is truly impeccable. He turned to Shuelu and said, it seems we no longer have a way to turn back now. She replied, that suits my intentions. Her face clearly showed determination as she said, this time, no one can escape. I must take control of this dungeon for my own purposes, adding an extra layer of security. Her actions made him unexpectedly think, Shuelu has always been calm, yet full of resentment, this is not normal. Putting aside her hatred for Juku, this dungeon seemed to magnify human emotions, triggering all the darker sides. Suddenly, Shuwen proclaimed, everyone, starting from now, it's best if we split up and act. Each team will go kill their own boss, then control the time to delay for 30 seconds, and at the same time, try to kill multiple bosses. He continued, that way, the accumulated enhancement of the next boss's attributes will be only 10%, thus reducing the difficulty of the dungeon. Recalling the battle with the previous boss, he excitedly added, the best scenario is that we can simultaneously kill all the remaining bosses. Then he advised everyone, of course, if anyone feels their team cannot defeat a boss alone, they can suggest teaming up with another team to take down a boss. Shaoshen, showing a contemptuous attitude, replied, that's right, we are the big team with many people, while you only have 2. I think aside from picking up scraps, you probably don't know how to do anything else. TSK, TSK, TSK. How about this, as long as you kneel down and beg, I will consider taking you alone. The group outside also chimed in with laughter, loudly saying, senior, you truly are great. Shuelu spoke softly, her tone cold, empty-headed people love to point fingers at the world. Fierce tigers have always acted alone. It's absurd to form alliances. With your performance just now, are you planning to team up to offer your lives? Sorry, I might be saying too much, but with your level, you probably don't even understand what I'm saying. He was unconvinced and shouted, I think you're tired of living. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside to report, Senior, there's a new discovery. The disciple who ran over was pointing behind him, out of breath as he said, following your instructions, I surveyed the surroundings. The result is, besides us and the bad people, I found that there are other people here. He was startled and shouted, what are you saying? Shuwen was stunned, unable to believe, other people? It can't be. The dungeon's teleport gate has already closed. Wait. Could it be that someone entered the dungeon before us? He commanded, quickly go take a look. Upon arrival, they saw a group of zombies sitting around a formation. They exclaimed in unison, this is. Look at the mummies bound in red crystal. They were taken aback and shouted, blood sacrifice demon essence, frozen dry corpses, what a dreadful scene is this? Suddenly, Yiwu spoke up, Ancient Lords Advent Society, I never expected to encounter them here. The group surrounding the formation muttered, damn, what bad luck, encountering them again. The members of the Ancient Lords Advent Society are a bunch of lunatics, none of them are normal. These people act without reasoning, their beliefs are cruel and extreme, they can be regarded as the depraved ones of the apocalyptic era. Juku approached one of the corpses, interesting. These dry corpses must be over 100 years old, how could they not decay like this? Suddenly, he noticed a hole in the corpse, this is. He thought to himself, the back of the corpse has a hole, it seems something has come out from within these dry corpses. Is this the reason they haven't decayed? This dungeon is more intriguing than I expected. The others were excited to hear him talk about the corpses, over 100 years old. These people have been here for over 100 years, but what exactly did they come here to create? The students said, who knows about this? In our East region, we only hear about the evil doings of the Ancient Lords Advent Society, and we haven't had any direct contact with them. Wei Shuwen pondered, could it be that they want to summon demons? Yiwu replied, no, the goal of the Ancient Lords Advent Society is not to summon demons but to summon ancients. The demons are probably just the results of their failed summoning attempts. Furthermore, I suspect that there are still 6 summoning formations corresponding to the 6 remaining bosses. Wei Shuwen was taken aback, what? Are you saying that the members of the Ancient Lords Advent Society have summoned 7 demon bosses in this dungeon, and they still want to summon ancients? Yiwu nodded, yeah, that's right. Wei Shuwen frowned, unconvinced, what nonsense? Do you even know what ancients really are? The Ancient Lords Advent Society summoning ancients? That's just crazy talk. Yet, deep down, Wei Shuwen thought, does this guy want to scare someone? Unfortunately, our East region has already delved deeply into research on ancients. The Ancient Lords Advent Society absolutely cannot summon ancients. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit, perhaps the abilities of the Ancient Lords Advent Society have surpassed your understanding in the East region. I was once in the southwestern safe zone and saw them summon a part of the ancient's body. Upon hearing this, the group tensed up like a drawn bowstring. What? The Ancient Lord's Advent Society can really summon the Ancient? And you actually saw the Ancient with your own eyes? Even Wei Shu Wen's expression darkened. I didn't expect this guy to have such extraordinary experiences. How many secrets is he hiding? In the future, I must be extremely cautious when dealing with him. His own spirit was uneasy as he contemplated this issue. The current situation truly exceeds my comprehension. The existence of the Ancient Lord's Advent Society has lasted for over 100 years, but how did they know there was an ancient here? It seems there must be someone very powerful within that organization. This organization is no longer simply an apocalyptic cult as previously understood. In the future, we will definitely have to be more wary of them. Li Xiaoshen grew impatient and walked over to knock on the essence stone. You cultural folks only know how to show off. What's the point of discussing this? If these dried corpses are all over 100 years old, then what's there to fear? Instead of wasting time discussing this cult, shouldn't we quickly split up and take action to resolve it? What about the remaining boss? He kicked the essence stone hard with a straight leg, causing the corpse to fall. Corpse, bye-bye, I'm off to fight the boss now. The essence stone shattered, blood and corpses gushed out from within like a flood. He panicked and yelled, "Oh my god, what is this?" Juku hurriedly tried to stop him but was too late. You idiot. Don't casually touch things around here. He forced a smile, trying to evade responsibility. I didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. If it's broken, what can be done about it? Before the words were out of his mouth, the ground suddenly shook violently, making it hard for everyone to stand firm. Xiaoshen looked around and said sternly, "What is this again?" From the ground, a decaying arm shot up, followed by countless other arms. The horrifying scene sent the crowd into a panic. Everyone be careful. Back away quickly. Something is crawling up from the ground. As everyone ran for their lives, he remained still. Someone kindly reminded him, "Kid, what are you standing there for? If you want to live, run now." Yiwu showed no signs of panic, even standing there analyzing. This summoning formation is not simple. Seems like there are living beings buried underground used for ancient sacrifices. In no time, the undead flooded the entire area. People were fleeing in every direction. Holy crap, it really can break out as mutated living beings. He frowned and murmured, "The Ancient Lord's Advent Society is indeed not a good thing." Another voice chimed in, "Stop lamenting. There are too many mutations. Let's leave this cramped space first and then talk." Wei Shuwen brandished his sword, chopping the zombies into pieces, then shouted, "A bunch of cowards. With this little courage and strength, you dare to come into the dungeon to watch the excitement." But then something surprising happened. The chopped up zombies were still moving, causing Wei Shuwen to panic and step back. What the hell is this? Even being chopped to bits, they can still live? At the same time, someone else was careless and was attacked by a zombie, screaming in fear, "Ugh! It's sucking my blood! Help me! Someone help me! A." The people around were not spared from such a fate either. The screams of despair rang out, mixed with desperate struggles. Damn, what's going on? Regardless of whether the monsters can kill, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Counterattack! Counterattack now! Meanwhile, Xue Lu was equally tense. The battle raged fiercely. She furrowed her brow, her face darkening, commenting, "Bloodthirsty, yet can't be killed? These guys are really hard to deal with." On the other side, he turned to ask the system for confirmation. "System, does this mutated monster count within the range of 100,000 demons?" The system replied succinctly, "Counts." Suddenly, Li Xiaoshen rushed towards him, dragging a horde of zombies behind. As he arrived, he shouted, "Damn! Kid, you're not putting in any effort, just standing there staring at the sky? You pissing your pants and too scared to move?" He laughed heartily and continued, "I'll lure the monsters over here, toughen you up. Don't be polite." When he saw the zombies surrounding him, he sneered, "Huh, foolish, aren't you? Today I will expose you, you are nothing but a pretender. Above Yi Wu, a large metal rod appeared. From his position, a massive surge of electricity erupted, turning the zombies into dust. Li Shaoxun was left in shock, stammering, "My God, what just happened?" Yi Wu spoke up, "Don't worry, I will definitely take action, it's just a bit unfortunate." The system update, weapon cache successfully delivered. The system announced, the host has successfully transferred to that man's account. Please pay attention to the bloodlust of the account. You are equipped with advanced armor and heavy weaponry. He loaded his weapon, excitedly saying, "The small number of demons isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, but that's okay." He began to charge forward to attack, his battle cry echoing, "The demon hunting feast begins now." She smirked, stepping on the man lying on the ground. The system warned, using this man's account for an extended period will accumulate a large amount of bloodlust. You need to use the skills to release it on the battlefield, otherwise, it will build up into a bloodthirsty rage. Host, please unleash it wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Yi Wu was enthusiastically firing at the monsters, laughing loudly, "Get high for me, the score doesn't matter right now." One hand he shot, the other hand chopped the monsters to pieces, coldly stating, "Is this all you've got? Not enough fun, the score right now is 8. While handling the monsters, he provocatively taunted, "Come on, gather around me, I will kill all of you demons, leaving no one behind." Xue Lu was using ice manipulation to control the demons. One of them shouted, "She is cleaning up the monsters for us. Senior, this is clearly looking down on our Phoenix Cola team." He glanced at Yi Wu, realized the reason, and continued, "No, she is helping that kid gain our monsters." Yi Wu, spinning around shooting the demons, cheerfully said, "That's more like it, just keep rushing towards me, that way I can kill more, and have more fun." The score is now 55. The battle was becoming more intense, with the current score at 555. Yin Zhongyi stood in the cave looking out, saw the two of them and thought to himself, "TSK, Yi Wu and that woman really work well together, it's annoying, why do I feel this strange sense of jealousy? I must hold it back, I have more important things to do." Wei Shuwen was astonished and thought to himself, "Although I knew this person was not simple from the start, I didn't expect him to be this strong. I absolutely must not underestimate him anymore. In the future, I need to come up with a more thorough plan to deal with him." One of his underlings came over and said, "Senior, they are stealing our monsters again." "Oh my God, they are about to steal all the monsters." Hearing that, he was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and saying, "If they want to compete for the monsters, then let them compete. After all, our mission this time is to protect Dr. Juku, so let's consider them as workers cleaning up the monsters for us." The system announced, "The little monsters of the evil demon type in this area have been completely cleared, all of which were killed by the host, a total of 660. The two listened and felt somewhat pleased. The system continued, "Final evaluation SSS, rewarded with an additional 20% of glamour stats and fear stats of the demon." Yi Wu's face grew grim as he thought to himself, 665, this is truly pushing a person with a condition to the limit. He thought of someone and continued to think, "I remember there was a cruel emperor in ancient the West, who was considered an incarnation of a demon. His name corresponded with the number in ancient text as 666, and thus he was viewed by the Westerners as a symbol of evil." Yi Wu frowned, thought for a moment, and then continued, "So the number of demons here must be missing one more." At that moment, the dry corpses kneeling began to tremble. One person shouted, "Look over there, the dry corpses around the formation seem to be moving." These corpses continuously recited incantations, emitting a strange red light around them. Another person anxiously said, "These corpses seem to be chanting some kind of spell, I can't understand it. The formation is starting to glow. Do you see anything? A strange light is absorbing all the corpses around here." Another person continued to scream in fear, "Oh my, this pull is sucking all the corpses away, so bizarre. I have a bad feeling about this." Just then, a demon appeared. It had a body resembling a centipede, with the upper half of a woman's body on top. It was Avarestan, the one filled with envy. It laughed loudly and shouted, "Ancient has finally taken care of us. My God, this dense power, a body so strong, is this the power that was granted to us? I knew we were different, we are not an aberration. We are the ones chosen by the gods, we no longer need to fear that person." Avareston recalled a woman with pink hair and said, "Mu Wei, the name of that relentless pursuer. She almost wiped us out. My God, just mentioning that name makes me feel disgusted, don't you feel the same way?" Avestan raised his face to the sky and shouted loudly, "This feeling of this dreadful age is still continuing. It's disgusting, so disgusting. But in the end, we no longer need to fear her pursuit. Oh God, thank you for granting us strength, thank you for granting us courage." Yi Wu, upon hearing that name, was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, Mu Wei? That name sounds a lot like the Mu Wei I know, right? But surely it can't be the same person, can it? Wei Shuwen was no less astonished, exclaiming loudly, "Isn't Mu Wei the one who suppressed the demon beast 500 years ago, one of the 5 heroes who brought peace to humanity?" I never expected the name of a hero recorded in the historical archives of the East region could be heard from the mouth of this monster. Yi Wu frowned, thinking about Mu Wei and mumbling, "Mu Wei. Mu Wei." Just hearing the name alone makes it clear that there must be some connection between the two. 100 years ago, if we consider the timing, could they be siblings or mother and child? Avestan continued to shout loudly, "What year is it now? Ancient Lord's Advent Society, are we dominating the world? Should we welcome the ancient and former rising sun glory?" Li Shashan laughed loudly and said, "Not awake yet? Damn, still trying to dominate the world. I don't know how crazy your ancient Lord's Advent Society was 100 years ago, but now you are just a bunch of rats that everyone is hunting down." Hearing that, it became extremely angry, charged forward, and shouted, "What? Our red vow has not yet been fulfilled, how could it be? How could it be? Useless ants, you have occupied the world for 100 years, it's not like I envy you." Envy? The guys below quickly shouted back in response, "Envy my ass, do you have any idea how hard we live in this world? Stop with the nonsense, aren't you just a boss? Brothers, let's kill it." Yi Wu looked up at the sky and saw a crack, thinking to himself that behind this boss there was an otherworldly rift. The system then announced, "Ordinary people cannot see. Only the host with the demon blood ruby can see." Behind Avareston, a very large red eye appeared. Everyone also looked up, thinking, "This is the eye of the ancient demon, what does it want?" Yi Wu stared directly at the eye in front of him, contemplating, "This overwhelming sense of oppression, being in my account state right now, is making it hard to breathe under the pressure of an ancient demon's eye." He looked at the strange state of everyone, their movements have stopped, they must not see the ancient demon. It seems that the one who has stopped is me, I must have been pulled into this space. Ching is left alone now. A voice emanated from the eye, "How can someone as lowly as you possess the demon blood ruby? A lowly ant like you is unworthy of having it. But now that I have discovered you, your life will not last much longer. However, if you obediently return the demon blood ruby to me, perhaps I might consider allowing you to become a member of the demon." Yi Wu replied, "Becoming a demon is unnecessary, but do not worry, I will take the demon blood ruby and find you." The eye questioned, "Find me? You are quite delusional, it is not easy to find me. A lowly ant like you can accomplish that?" Yi Wu folded his arms and said, "You need not worry about this, I have my own ways. You just need to sincerely wait until the moment you kneel before me to acknowledge me as your master and pledge your loyalty." The eye could not believe it. It was stunned, "Kneeling to acknowledge you as my master? Is this a joke from a lowly creature? You are quite interesting, I will look forward to your arrival, if you can survive until that moment." Yi Wu stood still, thinking, this ancient being is so concerned about the demon blood ruby, it seems that this blood gem is not simple. It not only serves the function of a key but surely also hides some secrets that I do not yet know. Previously, I chose the blood gem from their treasure vault, the Father of God is indeed wise. Time had been restored. Avareston, at level 220, was excitedly slashing at foes. "God, can you hear it? The sound of the bodies being torn apart of those who do not believe in you is ringing out. How wonderful it is! The remaining ones quickly shouted, "The boss fight has begun. Those who are skilled, step up to defend." Wei Shuwen charged forward, commanding, "The Phoenix Cola team, maintain formation, it's time to showcase our team's strength. Follow me, let's draw the boss's hatred." The three others responded, "Understood, senior." Gu Fian, not wanting to be outdone, immediately sprung into action, calling for her sisters to assist. She thought, "The boss is not defeated yet, my objective is still unfinished. I cannot let these stinky men die here right now." Li Shaoxin also couldn't sit still and rushed forward. "Damn it, brothers, hurry and follow me, don't let the Phoenix Cola team take everything. You all need to remember to support me." He silently thought, "I missed out on the opportunity to kill the boss last time, this time, I must seize it." Juku observed from behind and laughed, "These mercenaries have some skill after all, they managed to survive in the dangerous eastern region without relying on the east region. Xiaowei, don't finish it off too quickly, wait until the boss's health goes down to 5% and then stop. I'm interested in its genes. It's important research material." Shu Wen replied, "Understood." However, in his heart, he silently cursed, "Our mission is just to protect you. That damn fat guy thinks of us as servants? I will definitely take the credit for this boss down." Shu Wen reminded, "Everyone, don't let your guard down, we must maintain the boss's aggro tightly." His subordinates responded, "Captain, don't worry, we will keep the boss's aggro tight, and we will take down anyone else." Suddenly, Yi Wu appeared out of nowhere, wielding a chainsaw to attack the monster. He teased, "Well, that's not certain. The way you guys are attacking, the aggro builds up way too slowly. Does the aggro need to last like this?" The monster groaned from the attack, "It hurts so much, I am protected by the gods, why can I still feel this excruciating pain?" The monster switched its aggro, angrily shouting, "Stop right there, I will definitely devour you alive." Shu Wen was cursing at this bastard, but Yi Wu ignored the insults. He said, "You can't blame me for this, if you want to blame someone, blame your paper-thin hatred index, a single stab and it shatters." The Phoenix Cola team could not refute this. One member of the team even had to agree, "Wow, he makes a lot of sense. We can't respond to that right now." Shuai Lu and Yi Wu worked together, causing the monster's health to drop to 58%. Fei Yen sighed, "These two coordinate so well, it's nearly perfect. If there's a chance, I really want to teach these two a lesson." The monster, being relentlessly attacked, howled, "Jukuan, why haven't you all gone to die yet? Being able to push me to this point, I will definitely not let you off." The monster unleashed a wide-range attack, with numerous claws rising from the ground that caused many to lose their lives. One person screamed, "Heavens!" The boss released an area of attack, ignoring hatred. "Damn, this is like gods fighting while mortals get dragged in." Screams of despair echoed everywhere. Shaoxin was sweating, thinking, "Damn, I was careless, I didn't expect the boss's health to drop below 50% and start unleashing his ultimate move." Fei Yen also furrowed his brows, panicking, could it be caused by that kid's hatred and attacks exceeding the limit? The monster laughed mockingly, "How about this move of mine? Because you have caused so many people to die, how do you feel? Does your conscience reproach you?" Yi Wu deflected the blow and asked in return, "Does your conscience reproach you? Are you joking? You are responsible for your own life, regardless of whether you are trapped or implicated, in the end, you can only blame yourself." Shaoxin exclaimed in astonishment, "That kid is insane." Shu Wen began to attack, "He is not wrong, the survival law of this world has always been like this. Stop standing there dazed, everyone move out, don't give the boss a chance to unleash its ultimate move." The remaining monster, with 20% health left, roared frantically, "Why, after hundreds of years, have humans developed such selfish individuals? Why has the great love of the Ancient Lord's Advent Society not been carried forward? Clearly, the Ancient Lord's Advent Society could make this world better, why have you selfishly ridiculed it?" The shout paralyzed the minds of those around. Shu Wen immediately realized, this is a mental attack, the body is paralyzed, unable to move. The monster continued to scold, "Your existence is a disrespect to the countless teammates who willingly dedicated themselves to rebuild the glory of the ancient Lord's Advent Society. Die!" The crowd, motionless and fearful, moaned, "Damn." Surprisingly, Yi Wu was unaffected and even managed to withstand the fatal blow. He said, "I am a crude person, unable to comprehend the great love you speak of. Moreover, this great love is proclaimed from the mouth of the ancient Lord's Advent Society. Don't you find it laughable?" Xue Lu, feeling grateful for being saved, looked at Yi Wu and said, "Yi Wu." The monster, astonished, remarked, "You can still move? How are you not paralyzed mentally?" Yi Wu calmly replied, "No need to be surprised. Don't think you're the only one with a trump card. Coincidentally, I also have a few tricks up my sleeve. I possess a tool that grants immunity to mental control." The monster laughed loudly, excited, and said, "Very good. Among this crowd, only you are worthy enough to be my opponent. Next, I really want to drill into your head and fill it with great love. That way, you will understand its meaning." Ha ha. Yi Wu pondered his strategy. Due to the gap in levels, the actual effectiveness of my mental immunity tool is only 60%. Therefore, I need to win swiftly. Yi Wu quickly lured the monster avarice and envy away. Juku shouted angrily, "Kid, what are you doing? It's an important experimental material for me." Inside, Juku was constantly in anguish. "Damn it. Although I have modified my body, I still can't be immune to the boss's mind control. Fortunately, even if my body can't move, my consciousness remains awake." Despite avarice and envy closely chasing after him, Yi Wu answered leisurely, "You can still maintain your consciousness, that's quite impressive. But asking me what I'm doing, isn't that already obvious?" After saying that, Yi Wu raised his hand to the sky and snapped his fingers. A stream of golden light quickly swirled around him several times, causing the earth and rocks to fly everywhere. He thought to himself, "This place is far enough from the crowd now. Next, I'll use that technique to resolve the issue." From the sky, a streak of light shot straight down to the ground. Avestitin bore the full brunt of a close-range orbital bombardment, screaming in pain. The ground cracked open, debris flying up due to the immense force of the impact. Juku was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He gasped, amazed, This is a railgun? It can't be. Satellite weapons have long become debris in space, how can it still be operational?" Yi Wu, with his hands in his pockets, calmly observed each lightning strike descending, the earth and rocks shattering everywhere. He smirked, saying nonchalantly, "No wonder the Eastern researcher holds the techniques of the ancients. Your knowledge is indeed quite rich." At that moment, the system announced, "The account is linked to MOC's madness. The orbital close-range artillery support skill has been completed. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Juku was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged, roaring in anger, "I don't care about your background. You dare to kill my important experimental material, you're dead for sure." But the monster, still covered in blood, slowly stood up. It let out a low, hoarse groan, "It's too hot. Too painful." Yi Wu stared intently at the creature before him, then smiled faintly, "Kill? Isn't this boss still alive and well? Which of your eyes saw me kill it?" Juku was no longer angry, instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He replied, "It seems you've reached your limit too, haven't you? Consider yourself lucky, the boss hasn't died yet. Otherwise, you would be the next one to die." In his heart, Juku was also thinking, he knows that the combination of demons and humans is rare, but only when using living entities does it hold value. Once they die, they turn into a useless pile of flesh. The control had also been lifted. The group of people who had been frozen were gradually regaining their ability to move. Li Shashin turned to look at Averitin, unable to contain his curiosity. "Damn it, what just happened? It feels like I lost consciousness." He looked toward the boss, muttering, "What luck, the boss was nearly out of health, yet got this lucky." Seizing the opportunity, Li Shaoxun swung his sword and charged straight at the monster. With just a few swift strikes, the creature's body was sliced into pieces. Li Shaoxun laughed triumphantly, meat served right to the mouth, and if I don't eat it, I'm either a fool or blind. The credit for taking down this boss is mine now. Ha ha. The announcement echoed again, boss jealousy has been defeated. First killer, Li Shaoxun. Reward, 1,000 experience points and 5 million gold coins. Aivas whispered a report into Yiwu's ear. The host receives 1/5 of the experience for killing the boss and 1,000 demons. Yiwu smiled with satisfaction. Li Shaoxun, upon hearing this, excitedly turned to celebrate with his teammates. The credit for the boss came so suddenly. A myriad of experience, 5 million. We're making a fortune this time. Indeed, I am the chosen one by the heavens. The subordinates did not forget to flatter. Wow, even we are promoted by 5 levels. The boss is truly capable. However, Juku was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. He spoke up, full of indignation. Do you even know what you just did? You dared to kill the crucial research material of mine. He turned sharply, commanding, Wei Shuwen, kill all these blind fools for me. Shuwen quickly intervened, Doctor, please calm down. Absolutely do not fall for that kid's scheme. He lowered his voice, speaking softly into Juku's ear. Li Shaoxun deliberately killed the boss to level up, closing the gap between the mercenary troops and our Phoenix team. His aim is to instigate internal strife among us. Pausing for a moment, Shuwen continued, that Yiwu was not an ordinary guy. It is not the right time for direct conflict with him yet. We should use him as a pioneer, letting him clear the monsters first. Only then will we find the opportunity to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Juku pondered and nodded. What you say makes sense. We will do it that way for now. Still, in his heart, he remained furious, mumbling, Yiwu, sooner or later I will conduct a series of experiments on you, turning you into my most prized specimen. Juku approached the group of people, pointing and commanding, Alright, let's start splitting up and act according to the plan to take down the bosses. Currently, the 5 remaining bosses have increased their attributes by 10%. We need to kill them all at the same time. Immediately, they divided into 2 groups of men and women. The leader of the male group shouted, Alright, guys, follow me to the north and kill as you please. Those who want to join my team, hurry up and follow. The female group was not to be outdone. One person in the group loudly declared, Sisters, we're heading south. Keep your distance from those men who are just boasting. Wei Shuwen looked at Yiwu and Xuelu, then asked, I'll take charge of the east. So, can the 2 of you handle the west? But with only 2 people, can you guarantee that you won't drag everyone else down? Yiwu replied nonchalantly, Instead of worrying about us, you should worry about yourselves first. Let's go, Xuelu. On the western side of the dungeon, even counting could be heard steadily, 1001, 1200, 1500. The player heading west had already defeated 1,898 demons. The monsters lay scattered along the way. Yiwu walked while listening to the notification in her ear. The player accumulates in the dungeon has defeated 8,898 demons. Following behind Yiwu, Xuelu was silent for a moment before speaking, Yiwu. She hesitantly asked, Since the moment I asked you for help until now, why haven't you asked me if I have any grievances with Juku? I myself am also restless and worried. Could it be that Yiwu, you don't care about my situation at all? Are you simply wanting to repay your kindness? He looked straight ahead and replied, Actually, I really want to know, but I don't want to make you feel pressured. I think that when you want to speak, you will naturally do so. Hearing these words, the young girl's heart was moved. Yiwu, you truly are a very special person. Both violent and gentle. Yiwu looked her directly in the eyes, his gaze full of determination. My violence and gentleness are all reserved for those who deserve it. Xuelu was taken aback by his words. She clenched her hands tightly, her voice trembling, Then I have nothing to hide from you anymore. Actually, Xuelu began to recount her past. I was not born from a mother's womb but rather from a laboratory. The one who devised this plan and carried it out is Juku, a person from the Eastern District. Yi Wu was taken aback upon hearing this. Xuelu continued, Juku has exploited ancient gene editing technology to create a large number of infants. I am just one of them. She continued, the newborns will be raised in the laboratory until they turn 3. After that, Juku will quietly transfer them to wild concentration camps or other safe areas to fend for themselves. Of course, Juku is merely a tool. The real mastermind behind this plan is the leader of the eastern region. On the surface, they claim this is to strengthen the population, which has severely declined due to the apocalyptic era, but in reality, the true purpose is darker and more ruthless. Nevertheless, I have not yet uncovered the whole truth behind it. Xuelu reminisced about her childhood. Back then, I had to wield a stick to fight for my life. I have no memories before the age of 3, but everything that happened afterward, I remember very clearly. My memories began in the wild concentration camp in the southwest. Perhaps thanks to my superior genes, I was able to gradually fight on my own, survive until now, and attain the strength I have. In the past, I always thought I was just an orphan abandoned by my parents. Little did I know, during a chance discovery of the dungeon, I found out the truth about my origins. Her face darkened, seemingly trying to conceal her emotions. She continued, since that moment, I made a resolution to become stronger. I want to one day take revenge on Juku and the leader of the eastern region, the one who stands behind him. Xuelu's serious eyes were fixed on Yi Wu. She carefully reminded him, among the people you see now, I wonder how many are products of the secret plan of the East region. Looking at the girl before him, Yi Wu fell into deep thought. He silently pondered, Xuelu has really come a long way to reach this day. Yi Wu tightly grasped Xuelu's shoulder, offering continuous encouragement, Xuelu, thank you for sharing with me about your important past. But what has happened is merely a push. The future is what truly matters. With your strength, the future will surely be bright. Moreover, you are mine. Your goals are also my responsibility to help you achieve. Xuelu's face turned red, feeling shy yet still trying to retort, you. Mine? When did I become yours? Yi Wu smiled nonchalantly, responding, of course. As long as you join our team, you are all mine. Xuelu's face turned as red as a tomato, stammering, So that's it. Whatever you say. It's fine. Suddenly, a demon merchant appeared out of nowhere, interrupting their conversation. He grinned wickedly, rubbing his hands together as he said, I apologize for interrupting the sweet atmosphere between you two. But the road ahead is dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to purchase some weapons or premium items to take along? Yi Wu was startled, turning to look behind him and murmuring, Demon merchant. Xuelu was unfazed, directly brandishing her sword and charging forward. She shouted, You evil fiend! Do you dare to take advantage of the chaos? Go die! Nephi immediately curled up, trying to present a weak and fragile appearance, then complained, Wait! Why are you attacking right away? Help! There's a beautiful girl who wants to eat the goods of a poor merchant, killing and robbing, is that it? Instantly, Yi Wu spoke up to stop her, Wait, Xuelu! Stop right now! She managed to halt just as the blade of her sword was mere inches from Nephi. Yi Wu observed for a moment, then spoke sternly, This guy is not as simple as he seems. Don't act rashly. He continued, his gaze sharp, even when faced with your sword's aura, he's just pretending. This is clearly an act. The demon merchant, Nephi, immediately retorted, Me? I'm not pretending or acting. This is just my inherent personality. You're overthinking it. Xuelu's face darkened. She coldly said, full of threat, In this dangerous land of demons, do you think I will believe the words of a demon? Nephi, right? Tell me your true identity. If not, I will kill you right now. Upon hearing this, Nephi immediately retracted his small, fragile demeanor. He excitedly introduced himself, All right. I am indeed a demon, but I am also a legitimate merchant. My special mission is to help those who wander into this world deal with the young demons. He said, if you are a true man, then spend some money to buy equipment from me. After that, rely on your own abilities to overcome the challenge. Do not overly depend on the strength of women. Xuelu's expression turned cold, responding icily, Yiwu, this guy only knows how to spout nonsense. We don't need to waste words with him. Let me kill him right away, to avoid causing trouble that would ruin the plan. She turned to speak sternly, you need to investigate more carefully. His words are contradictory, aren't they? As a demon, he is helping others challenge and kill demons. How can I trust that? Nafi hesitated for a moment, then spoke out resolutely, how am I supposed to know? From the very beginning, I was assigned this task, without caring why. If you really want to know, then go ask the one who created me. But I don't even know if that person really exists. Nafi snapped his fingers, interrupting, all right, that's enough dialogue. Next, let's move on to the main topic. Immediately, a large menu appeared in front of all three. Xuelu exclaimed in surprise, oh, there are so many weapons and items like this. Even divine-level equipment. Could it be that this guy is truly a merchant? He confirmed, of course. But quickly displayed an extreme self-indulgent demeanor. He looked at Xuelu and said, but don't let that make you fall in love with me. Though you are very beautiful, I am a super professional seller. Women will only affect my sales volume. Meeting me is a stroke of luck for you, after all, I am a rarely appearing demon merchant, not showing up regularly and only at random locations. Yi Wu, upon hearing this, was taken aback and then criticized, where did you learn this sales style? Your attribute of excessive talking is too heavy. Then, he hurriedly said, wait. This merchandise of yours is not right. In front of him was a seductive beauty on display. She was accompanied by a product called Demon Whip, which had the ability to summon evil. He explained, you can use her to seduce your enemies or use her to serve yourself. This is the top choice in travel tools, do whatever you want. Selling price, 50 million. Yi Wu was stunned, seemingly about to explode. He looked at Nafi with a judging gaze and said, you claim to be a merchant, but in reality, you are just a dishonest swindler. Nafi hurriedly explained, look at what you are saying. You know, demons are incarnations of desire and depravity. My responsibility, being a demon merchant, is of course to satisfy these desires. Nephi smirked, his expression clearly reflecting the demeanor of a petty merchant engaging in underhanded dealings. He continuously gestured, pointing to each item and asking, are you tempted? Want to buy? Ha ha. Yi Wu did not respond. He quietly observed his surroundings, appearing somewhat flustered, then asked, well, you make a point. I can't refute it right now. But is there something a bit more respectable? An item useful for combat and enhancing strength? Right after his words, the items before him suddenly changed. A new item appeared, causing Yi Wu to involuntarily exclaim, wait. Is this proof of immortality? This item was of divine grade, containing the memories of a depraved individual who had sold their soul to demons. It was the proof of immortality, imbued with the power to escape the shackles of life and death. Moreover, it was an indispensable material for crafting divine-level resurrection potions, with a staggering price tag of 5 billion. Yi Wu was stunned. He fell into deep thought, I never expected that this demon merchant would have such divine-grade materials. A series of thoughts spun in his mind, I already have the fruit of life and the crown of destruction. If I add the proof of immortality, the only material left to craft the resurrection potion is supreme breath. He bit his lip, struggling internally, this item is truly essential, but its exorbitant price is beyond my means. He looked at Xuelu and spoke, Xuelu, can you lend me some money again? I need to buy this material. Xuelu opened the selection menu and shouted in panic, 5 million. It's not that I don't want to help you, but even if I gave all my fortune, I wouldn't have that much. Moreover, What kind of item is it that costs so much? Yi Wu stroked his chin, continuing to ponder. He thought to himself, while I could think of ways to borrow from others in the dungeon, that ruthless demon definitely won't wait for me. Rare merchants like him are hard to come by, and if I miss this chance, the likelihood of meeting him again is nearly zero. He turned to the demon merchant, deciding to negotiate. Nephi, I want an item from you, but I really don't have that much money. Can we do a trade instead? I can exchange anything on me that you find suitable. Nephi, hearing this, showed an annoyed expression and replied, What? No money? You dare to speak with no money? He grinned cunningly, his body adopting a bizarre posture as he mocked, Young man, I'm just a small businessman and can't offer credit. And you want to trade? You think you have something valuable? I'm a businessman, knowledgeable and well-informed. There's absolutely nothing on you that I would want. You are not satisfied and interrupt, don't speak so confidently. Just try and see before you say anything. Immediately, a red stone appears. The demon exclaims in surprise, This is. Oh my God, I'm not seeing things, am I? You possess the demon blood jade. The demon cannot help but be astonished, who is this person? After watching, Nephi coughs lightly and then speaks, Well, there really isn't anything I want from you. But if you show such sincerity and want to buy something, then the professional ethics of a businessman like me won't allow me to disappoint a customer. Let me put it this way, I will reluctantly accept this piece of demon blood jade from you as a trade. However, Yi Wu immediately changes his mind. He turns off the image of the jade, smiles, and says, Sorry, this is the one thing I cannot trade. Forget it, it seems this deal won't go through. Nephi is taken aback, What? He quickly runs after you and pulls you back, Wait, if the transaction doesn't go through, there is still humanity. Don't go just yet. I mainly find you quite to my liking. In business, we can still negotiate. Yi Wu secretly observes him, feeling delighted, so he finally took the bait? It seems the demon blood jade is indeed extremely important to demon-like beings. The way I deliberately showcased it to him truly worked. He quickly stopped and said, I really want to get that divine-grade material from you, but I have no money. What should I do? The demon merchant was also deep in thought, contemplating what to do. What else can be done? This kid definitely has a big background, he cannot be allowed to leave easily. But I also can't just give this precious item to him for free. While the three of them were immersed in their own calculations, suddenly, an elite demon appeared out of nowhere. It shouted, Nephi. I've been looking for you for a long time. You filthy creature, you go all over selling goods and killing your fellow demons. Today, I am going to tear you apart. Before the group could react, a loud explosion occurred. After that, everything returned to the quiet as before, but mixed in with that were faint sounds of moaning. The elite demon named Dak Booby was easily sliced into pieces by him and Xue Lu. This scene terrified Nephi, causing him to step back. He thought to himself, these two are so strong that they handled that elite demon chasing me in just 2 moves. Suddenly, Nephi had a flash of inspiration. He sincerely looked at him and said, You can also use Devil's Spirit to exchange for the divine-grade material from me. Because now you already have 8,899 of them. Yi Wu suddenly felt anxious, wondering, how did he know how many evil spirits I've killed? He then voiced his question, How many devil spirits do I need to exchange with you? Nephi smiled and replied, Not many, only 100,000 will do. This statement made Yi Wu hesitate. The number of devil spirits Nephi mentioned coincides with my mission target. He couldn't help but doubt, who is this demon merchant? Why does he understand my situation so well? Although Yi Wu's gaze was fixed on Nephi, deep down, he was still communicating with the system. If I proceed with this transaction with the demon merchant, will it affect my mission? Immediately, he received a response from the system. Feeling more at ease, Yi Wu compromised, Alright, I agree to this transaction. But after it's done, how can I find you? After all, you are a very rare merchant. Nephi took a few steps forward, spreading his hand to reveal a sparkling red stone. He said, "Take this stone. It will allow you to summon me at any time without being restricted by time." Yiwu looked at the stone, feeling a bit suspicious. Nephi added, "However, the number of uses is limited to 3. I have never allowed anyone to use it, so you must be careful." The personal notification rang in Yiwu's mind, "You have obtained the demon bell, with 3 uses available." Immediately afterwards, Nephi, the demon merchant, also vanished into thin air. Before leaving, he did not forget to add, "In the end, I give you one more piece of information for free. If you continue to head in this direction, you will encounter a powerful demon who holds one of the 10 sins, lust. This is a demon that is incredibly difficult to deal with. You should stay alert." Yiwu stared blankly. "Lust?" He was shocked and wondered, why is it lust? Why is that going along with Shuelu? Could it be something is going to happen? Seeing Yiwu suddenly look strange, Shuelu asked, "Is something wrong?" Yiwu shook his head, trying to act normal. "It's nothing, let's move on." Sweat dripped down his face. In his mind, he secretly thought, "Lust? That sounds ominous. I always have a bad feeling about this. But having come this far, no matter what lies ahead, I cannot retreat." After the two had walked a distance, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind. It was Mu Zi, a member of the Phoenix team. She carefully observed the two, thinking to herself, "These two are indeed not simple. They easily dealt with an elite demon. Thankfully, my high-level stealth ability is skillful enough. Without the scouting tools, they definitely wouldn't discover me." Muzi immediately reported to Shuwen, "Captain, Yiwu and the others are continuing towards the boss, but there is something I must report to you. Yiwu just encountered a mysterious person who claims to be a demon merchant. They managed to obtain a pile of strange items, including the demon bell from this person." Shuwen nodded and instructed Muzi to continue monitoring Yiwu's group, but reminded him carefully, "Be mindful of the distance, do not let them notice. Wait until they are exhausted from fighting the boss, and then immediately execute the assassination plan." Muzi solemnly accepted the order. Shuwen pondered, "Yiwu, I do not underestimate you, nor do I overestimate you. As long as I remain vigilant, the opportunity to kill you and seize the ancient god and the demon merchant's bell will arrive. Everything seems to be under my control." After eliminating all the demons, Shuwen's subordinates came to report, "Captain, the demons on our side have been cleared." Shuwen nodded in satisfaction. "Move a little further, the boss demon must be deep inside." He then instructed his subordinates to take a break and contacted other teams himself. He opened the dungeon information to check the battle situation of the groups. In the southern part of the dungeon, the Queen team was preparing for the boss battle. Fei Yen proudly spoke through the communication channel, "We have cleared the elite boss before the fight. Once we adjust a bit, we can continue to fight the main boss. You guys must not be slower than us, right?" In the north of the dungeon of the mercenary group, Li Shaoshan was fighting. He said, "On our side as well, we can initiate the boss fight at any time." Hearing this, his subordinate shouted, "But boss, we haven't killed the elite monster yet. Before the boss fight." Shaoshan immediately yelled, "Damn it, if you don't know how to speak, shut up. Aren't we about to win?" On Yiwu's side, he calmly explained, "We have been delayed on our side due to special circumstances. Right now, we are preparing to fight the elite monster before the boss fight." Upon hearing this, Shaoshan angrily shouted, "What? You haven't started fighting the elite monster yet? And there are special circumstances? Suddenly unable to proceed and dragging us into it. Do you dare to make excuses? Can you do it or not?" Fei Yen sneered, mocking Yiwu, "You are handsome but useless then? You have truly let down her expectations of you." Shuaihe, standing beside them, thought to himself, Yiwu wouldn't drag everyone down like this. There must really be something causing his delay. Suddenly, Shuaihe's face darkened, feeling angry. "No way. Why should I worry about that guy? He is now living in a sweet, happy world for two. Shuan scoffed when he heard Yi Wu say that. He said, Yi Wu, it's fine if you don't have the strength, but from the very beginning, when we split up to act, you didn't put in any effort at all. Now, because of your vanity, the entire team is dragged down. The difficulty of fighting the boss has increased. How do you plan to make up for it? Juku, standing behind, chimed in, alright, the delay caused by that kid was expected. There's no need to blame him too much. The most important thing now is to prepare for the next boss battle. After saying that, Juku thought to himself, it seems like this kid Yi Wu is about to reach his limit. But that's fine, just when I need him to be material for body enhancement. Hearing Juku's words, Xuelu was furious. A cat crying over a mouse's death is fake compassion. He definitely has no good intentions, and none of the others are any better. Yi Wu gently told Xuelu, just ignore them. We only need to focus on the task at hand. A moment later, two demons appeared. One was a black succubus, and the other was a white succubus. One of them spoke with great excitement, look, sister, two new little pets have come right to us. The other nodded, clearly thrilled, yes, and their bodies look so young and full of life. This scent. So sweet, I can hardly resist. Xuelu immediately reminded Yi Wu, don't act. Otherwise, they will control you. After saying that, she quickly stepped forward and actively attacked. The black succubus sneered arrogantly, not only men, but even women will be controlled by us. Truly a pet that doesn't know its place. My master hasn't even spoken yet, and you have already charged in on your own. So, we must punish you until you can't get up again. As soon as she finished speaking, the black succubus swung her whip, aiming directly at Xuelu. However, Xuelu remained undaunted. She immediately used Will of Ice to block the attack. This is a special type of magic that, when cast on the body, increases resistance and simultaneously protects one's will. This skill allows her to be immune to mental control effects, especially from entities of a lower level. The black succubus widened her eyes in surprise. What is this? How can you be immune to my enchantment? The white succubus, standing beside her, angrily shouted, stupid pet. Dare to resist your master's teachings? Then let us awaken the debauchery deep within your soul. After saying that, both succubi simultaneously attacked Xuelu. The sound of the whips cracking echoed, causing the space to seem to pause for a moment. One of the succubi snarled, you truly have no awareness of being food. For this rudeness, you must be taught a very harsh lesson. Yi Wu saw the two succubi attacking Xuelu fiercely and became worried that she was being overwhelmed. He quickly ran in to help her. Xuelu immediately smiled and turned to say, Yi Wu, didn't I tell you? Don't intervene. In previous battles, you were always the first to charge in. For me, I haven't even warmed up yet. This time is different, I finally consider myself warmed up. Next, let me finish this battle. The two succubi laughed mockingly upon hearing this. Hey girl, this human pet is really trying to be funny. To say such things, haha. Sister, I think this poor pet is trying to attract our attention. How foolish, she doesn't even know how to win her master's favor. Xuelu, furious, immediately used her magic crystal to summon the goddess of ice and snow. She shouted, do you think so? Let me show you whether I am just boasting. Having said that, she unleashed the eternal eastern ice calamity, continuously attacking the two succubi. At that moment, both were left with only 10% health. Succubus Black exclaimed in pain, oh girl, this human woman is no simple matter. We underestimated her. Clearly, we are no match for her now. The white succubus suddenly came up with a plan. She shouted loudly and charged towards Yi Wu, sister. I have a way. Let's follow me. If that woman is too strong and we can't fight her, then let's attack the man standing next to her. We can control him to change the situation. As soon as the white succubus finished her words, she was unexpectedly sliced in half by Xuelu. She screamed tragically, what? We are defeated again by a human woman. I'm not reconciled. Yi Wu witnessed the scene and immediately approached, saying, Shui Lu, you are much stronger than before. You took down 2 elite ones at 190 level by yourself. If you kill Juku, I believe you can handle it alone. Before Yi Wu could finish his sentence, Shui Lu suddenly lunged at him and kissed him. He widened his eyes in complete surprise. What is this? Yi Wu jumped in shock, wondering why Shui Lu did that. Suddenly, he realized this was not an ordinary kiss. He tried to push Shui Lu away, but his arms were completely powerless. A thought flashed through his mind, succubus. Suddenly, from behind Yi Wu, a succubus appeared, mocking him, you are immersed in this endless lust. Are you excited? Are you enjoying it? She leaned close to Yi Wu's ear and whispered, but you are not yet fully immersed. You should immerse yourself even more, otherwise, you will waste my kindness, you know. She continued, the 2 succubi earlier were merely bait for me, designed to stir your passions, so that you could continuously absorb the information elements I disseminate in the air. Having said that, she giggled, this woman has absorbed a large amount of information elements, and now she is performing very well, just as I expected. But you did not participate in the battle. This has surprised me a bit. Her face immediately darkened, so that is why you can maintain your rationality. It seems the absorption of information elements is indeed not enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Wu gripped Shui Lu's hand tightly and pushed her away. She smiled, still struggling, are you? Your strength truly exceeds my expectations. Then she snapped her fingers and said loudly, then let's make this atmosphere of lust even more intense. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. After saying that, she looked at Mu Zi. His invisibility spell had lost its effect, and he stood at a distance, watching secretly, apparently very interested in you all. It's a pity you won't join in. Sari pointed at her and exclaimed joyfully, now, you have absorbed enough elemental information, go ahead and liberate yourself. Yi Wu was very surprised when he saw Mu Zi. You have the Phoenix team? When has she been monitoring us? Damn it! I was careless, the whole way I didn't notice her. At that moment, Mu Zi could no longer control her body, and she felt a rush of warmth all over. She took off her coat and gave a silly smile. Mu Zi looked at Yi Wu, thinking to herself, why does this man, who is clearly my assassination target, make my heart race like this? Then, she ran over and hugged Yi Wu tightly. Sari laughed joyfully, from kissing to hugging, can you handle it? This is my favorite scene, stop suppressing yourself, accept your truest self, let go. She immediately went to Yi Wu's side, tempting him, stop resisting in vain, I am the embodiment of lust, I liberate desires, I embrace desires, it brings me joy and satisfies you as well. Yi Wu began to worry, I've faced many things, but I've never encountered anything like today. The ominous premonition I had earlier has come true. Yi Wu had a headache thinking, could it be that I have to use tricks to deal with the president of the Breaking Bad Club? Suddenly, Yi Wu came up with an idea. At this moment, Sari began to emit a kind of seductive pollen. She laughed triumphantly, you can still hold on like that? It seems I can only use my ultimate move. This is the pollen of desire. It can stimulate extreme lust, leading you to ecstasy. Once you fall into the deepest place of the world of lust, no one can resist this temptation. After saying that, she spread the pollen around Yi Wu. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from Yi Wu, shining straight at Sari. She narrowed her eyes and shouted angrily, you still want to resist? She hesitated, her eyes revealing a hint of panic, this light. Could it be? At this moment, Sari realized that it was indeed the demon blood jade. She continuously asked, why do you have the demon blood jade? How did you obtain such an important thing? Taking advantage of Sari's confusion, Yi Wu broke free from her control. He carefully helped Shui Lu and Mu Zi up and coldly said, what I hate most is the temptation of lust in human life. You are indeed very good at exploiting human weaknesses. But it seems that I have inadvertently grasped your weaknesses as demons too. Yi Wu smiled provocatively, want the demon blood jade? Then drop those dirty tricks of yours and come to rob it in broad daylight. Sari, upon hearing this, became wildly excited. I knew it. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. You truly haven't disappointed me. You have brought me a great surprise. She said lightly. Before, I was always stimulating the lust of others. But this time, I can clearly feel the intense desire within me being stimulated by you. Ha, this feeling is wonderful, unparalleled. Saying that, she immediately transformed into a giant snake. System notification: the host has switched accounts with that man. Yiwu smiled. It seems that your mutated body has captivated quite a few people to challenge you. Then he immediately transformed. If you've revealed your bloodline, then I will suppress all desires and unleash everything onto you. Yiwu unleashed countless attacks, charging straight towards Lust. Lust used a targeting lock and fired downwards. Below, Yiwu was preparing the gun, aiming directly at her. Yiwu looked directly into Lust, his voice deep but full of challenge. Isn't it true that you want to vent with me? Is your desire just this? If that's the case, unleash all your firepower and attack me wildly. Lust became furious, her eyes flashing with danger. But before she could react, Yiwu had delivered a direct blow. Boom! The strike sent Lust staggering, and she unexpectedly exclaimed, What? What are you doing? Yiwu smiled coldly. Don't rush, you want firepower, right? I have plenty of that. He immediately controlled a fleet of drones, hundreds of them soaring towards Lust. Laser beams from the drones rained down, creating a storm of firepower. Lust was caught in the hail of bullets, screaming in pain. Yiwu chuckled lightly, emphasizing each word. Want more? I have plenty of ways to satisfy you. But remember to be patient. After saying that, he raised his gun, aimed straight at her, and fired in rapid succession. Overwhelmed, Lust panicked and shouted, Wait! Just wait a moment. However, the laser beams from the drones kept firing. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire space. Lust fell to her knees, her body trembling in agony. She weakly screamed, her voice filled with panic. Yiwu paused, looking down at her from above. His cold voice rang out, So, how is it? Can't handle it yet? Truly not worth it. Sexual Desire heard Yiwu say this and sneered, replying, Only you're attacking unilaterally, it's a bit boring. If I don't take the initiative to cooperate, how can I enjoy it? As she spoke, she thought to herself, This kind of intense attack really makes it hard for me to bear. But the more it is like this, the more excited I become. I can sense the depraved desire hidden deep within your soul, out of control and full of killing intent. Only I can satisfy you, only I am worthy of you. Around her, countless souls were resisting, wanting to escape from the body of sexual desire. The horrifying scene was evident as people collapsed before her lust. Monsters with crimson skin and horns on their heads began to charge forward. They bared their fangs, extended their claws, and slowly approached Yiwu. Sexual Desire laughed loudly. They are extremely excited at the target that is you. Let me lead you to the bliss of desire. The screams rang out, and the horde of monsters simultaneously soared into the air and charged straight at Yiwu, without hesitation. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Yiwu smirked. He calmly said, I was worried I wouldn't have enough demons to kill. Now that you've brought so many materials like this, I really have to thank you. Saying that, 2 yellow saw blades appeared in Yiwu's hands. With a powerful swing, he severed the bodies of 2 evil demons. With a determined gaze, Yiwu continued to charge forward. Witnessing this scene, the lust grew panicked and exclaimed, This guy is completely immersed in the pleasure of slaughter, entirely suppressing the desires within. One of the demons that Yiwu had eliminated became fearful, unable to believe what was happening. He shouted, What on earth are you? Is this really the strength of humanity? Yiwu did not respond, his cold eyes continued to sweep away everything in his path. With one attack, 2 demons fell to the ground. He chuckled lightly, savoring the sense of satisfaction. Though Lust was frightened, she could not hide her excitement, speaking up, A monster, huh? That's quite an interesting joke. You are even more of a demon than we are. Yi Wu replied in a challenging tone, "AAA, is that all there is?" I'm still not satisfied. He stood atop the corpses of the monsters, leaning against his weapon, looking down at the opponent with contempt. Seeing this scene, Lust became even more thrilled. You are indeed a strong man, your entire body radiates the desire for violence. You are no different from a demon, perhaps even more so. She laughed heartily, her voice full of allure. If the thrill of fighting brings you joy, then just keep going. In her hand, she held aloft the head of a demon, raising it high. The demon army moaned at her feet. From their mouths, a thick red mist was spreading. Yi Wu stood alone, strong and dignified. He immediately unleashed a technique, spells flying everywhere. She laughed loudly, her voice sharp echoing, "Ha! How can ordinary tricks elevate my fighting power to its peak? As the embodiment of lust, I will certainly use a weapon filled with eroticism to conquer you." Saying this, a strange sword appeared in her hand, a lust sword, entirely red, its tip shining brightly. She raised the sword, pointing it straight at Yi Wu. Instantly, her body began to transform. This was the Queen of Lust, her second form. Her figure grew larger, her eyes filled with pride, looking down at Yi Wu. She smirked and said, "This sword carries the attribute of spiritual paralysis. It will make you experience combat in a state of euphoric numbness, reaching the pinnacle of pleasure." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged straight at him. The tip of the sword aimed directly at Yi Wu with extreme speed. The system's warning blared in Yi Wu's mind. Detected host is being spiritually controlled by the lust sword. Control level reached 20%. Please, host, immediately escape the current area. Yi Wu gritted his teeth, retreating to create distance. He thought to himself, damn spiritual control. My artifacts cannot resist this level of control. Desire shouted while thinking, where do you want to go? The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling source of energy. Yi Wu quickly dodged that attack. Desire extended her wings and flew straight towards him, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. The sound of rumbling echoed continuously. She angrily said, "If you want to reach the peak of battle, there can be no distance between us." Suddenly, Yi Wu's wings emitted a powerful golden light, charging straight at Desire. She was hit and immediately showed a look of discomfort. Yi Wu coldly retorted, "You don't want me to get close? Have you suddenly become shy?" Desire smiled, her voice full of confidence, "Facing my second form, suppressing desire is useless. Because unlike other desires, lust is the primal instinct of living beings. The more you suppress it, the stronger I become." Unexpectedly, she escaped from the previous attack and immediately charged straight at Yi Wu. He was astonished, unable to believe what was happening. In his heart, he thought, from this incredible recovery and obsession, she clearly isn't lying. Is this really her inherent power? Desire moved closer, her voice booming, "Lust is the instinct that prolongs the life of all things, the source of reproduction. No creature can stop this, unless that person dies." She wielded her sword and thrust it straight at Yi Wu. Blood gushed from the wound incessantly. The system emitted a warning, detected host under mental control. Control level is rising. Please, host, immediately increase the distance from the boss. She moved closer to Yi Wu, reaching out to touch his face, smiling as she said, "I know you are very unwilling. But facing me, a being only inferior to the strongest of the 7 evil kings, it's not unjust for you to lose. Don't worry, you are not dead yet." The system continuously blared warnings, contamination level of the host has reached 80%. Please, host, leave the current area immediately. Yi Wu remained silent, not uttering a word. Seeing this, she leaned in closer, a smug smile clearly visible on her face. She whispered teasingly, "Because you are the man I have my eye on. Before I enjoy the pleasure, how could I let you die like this?" The alarm persisted, mental control level has reached 90%. The host's body and mind are nearing their endurance limits. Please leave the area immediately. All around, countless spells surrounded the sword piercing through Yi Wu's body. Blood from the wound flowed along the blade, staining the ground. The seductive voice had a somewhat enchanting quality. She leaned closer to Yi Wu and continued, "Excitement, looking at your current state is truly unbearable. Stop struggling, give up your last resistance. I can make you happy, you satisfy me, this is quite fair, isn't it? As long as you hand over the devil blood jade, I will let you become my king, to die with me." Hearing her words made Yi Wu somewhat angry. He shouted, "Don't think you can seduce me, I only have one word for demons: kill." Saying that, he tightly gripped the sword lying in front of him, with a 96% control over his spirit. Seeing him say this, the seductress continued to plunge the sword deeper into him, saying, "No, no, no, you are not good like this. Be quiet, stop struggling. You are only forcing me to kill you to seize the blood jade. I truly don't want to do this. Among the 7 greats, my martial power isn't the strongest, but I can become the second strongest. Do you know why? Simply because of lust. This primal instinct cannot be suppressed or erased." With that, she relentlessly thrust the sword deeper into her opponent. Yi Wu was in so much pain that he could not speak. But humans can never completely conquer their inherent instincts. This is something that has been predetermined. It doesn't matter whether that person is still alive or has died, everything becomes meaningless, she said coldly, her hands tightly gripping his throat, lifting him high. The system continuously warned, mental control level has reached 99%. I once gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You were once a rare material, but now. Farewell. She continued, "From now on, you no longer need to suppress your humanity." Humanity? I have never had that. My planet was once invaded by demons. Beings everywhere fell into despair. After countless years, I exterminated all of them, consuming the planet entirely. But the more demons I killed, the deeper I fell into the lust for slaughter, until I was ultimately countered by it. That is the fate of the evil reader, in the end, they become evil themselves. But I refused to accept this outcome. And what about you? Yi Wu spoke up, breaking the silence. At this moment, the panoramic image appeared, and he responded, "How do I see?" Of course, I use my eyes. But I still have to congratulate you. Finally, you have reached the final step. MOC emphasized, the energy core of the interdimensional communication device I gave you is almost depleted. It's a pity that I cannot witness you saving your planet. Or destroying it. Hearing those words, he sighed and said, "This planet, apart from the remaining demons, is left with only me. There are no other lives that can be saved. So, risking my life like this, does it have any meaning?" Yi Wu, feeling sorrowful, reached out to touch the mask. Hearing this, MOC seemed somewhat pleased, putting his hand behind him and saying, "Things like meaning are merely excuses to paralyze oneself. Everything we have done until now is simply to satisfy the desires within us, right? As long as we understand our own desires, everything else is worth less than a cent." Yi Wu replied, "This answer really aligns with your usual rebellious style." MOC would answer the same way. "You know it clearly too, don't you? The reason I have persisted until now is not entirely because of the righteousness in my heart. In fact, persisting for righteousness, to put it plainly, is just another way to satisfy the desires within me. Righteousness and evil, in the end, are merely different manifestations of inner desires. What you need to do now is to forsake those weak, vague thoughts and move forward. Don't pretend to be humane with that feeble smile anymore. Accept the change and understand your own inner self more deeply. It really is as simple as that." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu burst into laughter. "Huh? You truly are a madman, MOC. Your words really make me more clear-headed." At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a warning sound: power is about to be depleted. The full projection will shut down in 3 seconds. Before vanishing, MOC chuckled lightly and added, "If you can think clearly, then my efforts have not been in vain. Go complete your mission." Farewell. Yiwu leaned against the wall beside him, his eyes filled with sadness as he murmured, I have always cared too much about what is called justice and meaning. Only humans ponder things that cause themselves pain. In the end, none of it holds any significance for me, because I am not human. As he finished speaking, he removed the armored mask from his head, revealing a face with crimson eyes. Years of hiding behind the mask to conceal his identity had also clouded his own inner self. Yiwu moved closer to the ultimate boss, who was growling with rage. It bared its teeth, mouth agape, its fiery gaze fixed below. Violent lightning surrounded the area. Standing before the boss, Yiwu tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze sharp as steel. He declared, as a demon, binding myself with the weaknesses of humanity is truly laughable. I am merely a demon who delights in justice and desire. There should be no more ambiguity within myself. Now, I will heed my inner self, unleashing my fury and the instinct to kill. Yiwu emanated a fierce killing intent, the lightning around him rumbling incessantly. He growled, My name is the Destroyer. If I am a demon, I must inherit the legacy of this world, ensuring no demon surpasses me. Without delay, he raised his gun, aiming straight ahead. A shockwave erupted from Yiwu, blasting the enemy's body away. She panicked and shouted, What suddenly happened? Wasn't he supposed to be in a thrashing state before death? Why is he exuding such a strong aura? Moreover, this aura is like that of a demon of the same kind. At that moment, Yiwu had pulled the pure desire sword out of his body. Blood kept pouring out, and he painfully exclaimed, Ugh! The system announced, due to the host's life being in danger, the protective mechanism has been activated. The account of the demon destroyer will be temporarily activated. Yiwu suddenly transformed into the demon destroyer. The system continued, however, since the mission to kill 10,000 demons has not yet been completed, the demon destroyer state can only be maintained for 5 minutes. The cooldown time is 2 hours. Seeing the situation before her, Lust was in disbelief, exclaiming, What is happening? The desire he is displaying is only one of anger and slaughter. My lust cannot influence him at all. This level is close to the strongest among the 10 deadly sins. No, it might even have surpassed it. The pure desire sword in her hand kept screaming, Hohu! It's too hot, too hot. We're about to be burned to death by his rage. Yiwu was furious, immediately charging towards the seductive creature and shouting, Demon of lust, I must kill you. The succubus, realizing the danger before her, fearfully exclaimed, Wait. I didn't expect you to be one of my kind. I was rude and disrespectful before, please don't do this. Without letting her finish, Yiwu swung his sword to attack. She swiftly dodged and then turned to flee. His eyes never left her, filled with murderous intent. Want to run? A demon that escapes my sight will never exist. He shouted a powerful word, Die. With that, Yiwu swung his weapon, delivering a slash towards his opponent. The pink-haired succubus revealed a bewitching charm. She pleaded, Please don't kill me. Although I can't die, if I get seriously injured, it will take a long time to regenerate this body. It took hundreds of years to condense this perfect form. If it gets destroyed like this, it would be truly a shame. Let me serve you. My king, I don't want to miss the chance with you. If it's you, I'm willing to submit and do anything for you. She lay on the ground, her gaze alluring, her voice inviting. She immediately rushed to hug Yiwu's leg. The strength of Yiwu radiated alongside an alluring aura that captivated her. She said, Right now, I genuinely want to serve you. Yiwu stared at the scene, momentarily freezing before coldly saying, Do you think I will believe such nonsense? Aivis quickly intervened, Wait, master. She is not lying. Yiwu seemed slightly irritated. If that's the case, then why is my MOC account in such disarray? Aivis explained, Because your current account is deeply linked to the MOC account. When the true state of the linked account is unlocked, I can also be utilized. She continued to add, the emotional spectrum of this female demoness is very complex, including fear, excitement, lust, obsession, and distortion. All are clearly displayed, but there are no signs of deceit or conspiracy. Yi Wu grew contemplative. Is there a possibility that she is hiding those emotions? Aivis shook her head, resolutely stating, no, master. This kind of lustful demoness cannot hide her true emotions and desires. Yi Wu turned to the succubus and said, now I give you a chance. Whether you live or die will depend on what benefits you can bring me. If the answer does not satisfy me, then I will strike you back to your original form. Hearing this, the succubus smiled brightly, my king, the greatest benefit is, of course, bringing you pleasures beyond your imagination. My ability to manipulate lust is the strongest. I can control anyone through it, even those immune to magic or mental artifacts cannot resist. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. With me, as long as you are willing, we can transcend levels and races. I can make any target sink into an inescapable desire. As long as it is a being with lust, none can escape. The succubus slowly moved closer to Yi Wu, lowering her voice, of course, you are the exception, my king. The killings over countless bloody years have stripped away all desire from you, leaving only rage. Yi Wu observed every move of the succubus intently, silently assessing, controlling the mind regardless of race or level. Indeed, a very useful skill. Its effectiveness surpasses even my own poison control. Later, when I go to the eastern area to face those of higher ranks, this skill will surely be useful. Yi Wu finally made a decision. All right, I agree to your request. The succubus was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but kiss Yi Wu with excitement. I'm so happy, my king. Yi Wu was completely taken aback. The succubus explained, the demon contract has officially been completed. Whenever you need to summon me, just call and I will come. System notification, the host has signed a contract with the succubus. The succubus has been stored in the system space. This is a support-type demon. Her skills can bypass level and race limitations, but using them requires a price. When facing enemies with a minor level difference, the cost is a kiss. However, if encountering opponents with a significant level gap, the host must satisfy her deeper desires. Yi Wu was astonished to the point of reverting to his original form. What? Aivis, standing beside him, grinned mischievously. Those deeper desires, master. You might find it hard to hold back. Yi Wu sighed. It seems that desire is indeed a double-edged sword. On the other side, Shui Lu gradually woke up. How could I have fallen asleep? What happened? I remember killing 2 succubi, then I can't recall anything else. Yi Wu recalled the scene from earlier and laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, it's fine now. We absolutely cannot let Shui Lu know about us kissing. Shui Lu stood up, stretching comfortably. She happily said, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel so light. The fatigue I've felt before has completely vanished. Now I feel full of energy. Yi Wu forced a smile. No need for that, the boss has been dealt with by me. Shui Lu was shocked. What? Yi Wu could only look at her helplessly. Shui Lu's expressions are really diverse. He thought to himself, is this really her true face? Suddenly, a short-haired girl slowly woke up. She looked around, astonished. Why are my clothes so disheveled? Clearly, I was following the captain's orders to keep an eye on him. The girl glanced at Yi Wu, realizing the current situation and thought angrily, he must have done something to me. Then she grabbed her sword and charged at Yi Wu, shouting, you are a rogue, a beast. I must kill you. The girl's body trembled uncontrollably. She panicked, what is happening? Why isn't my body listening to me all of a sudden? Yi Wu also knew exactly what was happening. There remains a bit of lustful energy in her body from before. Now that lust has submitted to me, she naturally cannot attack me. Yi Wu spoke up, cutting through my train of thought. You really are a wicked one to accuse first. It's clear that you've been secretly watching me before. Now that your actions have been exposed, I might not kill you, but the price you have to pay is to return to the Phoenix team and act as a spy for me. The girl protested vehemently, be a spy for you? Haven't you underestimated me? Although I don't know what method you've used to control my body, you cannot control my spirit. The blade in her hand suddenly turned back, aimed straight at herself. Her voice was filled with determination. Rather than betray, I would rather end my own life. Even in death, I will not betray Captain Wu Wenshu. The girl tried to hold the blade tightly in her hand, but it seemed an invisible force was preventing her. She was confused and in pain. Why can't I even end my own life? What on earth have you done to me? Yi Wu stepped closer, his gaze calm but chilling. You're so loyal, I can rest easy now. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. You don't need to do anything harmful to the Phoenix team. I just need you to return, to recount what you see, what you hear, back to me. The girl was still resisting fiercely. Absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Yi Wu immediately used seduction to gain control. Muzi instantly submitted. Yes, from now on I am yours. For you, I am willing to do anything. What's wrong with me? Her heart was racing wildly. If it's this man, then deep down I can't refuse. Could this be the feeling of love? Suddenly, several notifications from others came through. All teams, report on the battle situation with the boss. The Queen team is in a tough fight and needs support. We're in the same situation. This boss is much stronger than the previous one. We can hardly hold on any longer. Hurry to help us. Yi Wu immediately reported the situation. The boss fight on my side has ended. Everyone was surprised. What did you say? Suddenly a boy spoke up. Yi Wu, why didn't you follow the plan we agreed upon before? What kind of hero act are you pulling? Your reckless behavior disregarding the larger picture will endanger everyone. The bald old man continued. I knew that brat would ruin things. Sure enough, it was a mistake to use him as test material from the start. But if that kid really could take down the boss alone, then it shows he has value. You will become my test subject. The man in the mask then spoke up. Oh my! No wonder my boss suddenly became so difficult to defeat. So it was all your doing. You intentionally sabotaged the plan to kill the boss so that the other bosses could increase their attributes to take revenge on us. The battle was still incredibly chaotic. In front of the arrogant monster Brett, one of the team members suddenly reported, Captain, it seems like the boss's attributes haven't increased at all. Another one, fighting against the lazy monster slot, updated the situation. That's right. The attributes of my boss haven't increased either. You guys simply can't handle the boss and can't blame it on the little handsome guy. Another fighter yelled out, oh my! The boss's attributes really haven't increased. But wait. If they haven't increased, why are we still struggling in this hard fight? Hearing this, the captain's face immediately turned proud. He looked at Yi Wu and coldly said, Yi Wu, if you don't have the skills, don't be so arrogant. Didn't you say you killed the boss? But the boss's attributes haven't increased at all. How do you explain that? The man in the mask didn't miss the chance to question. What else could it be? He's definitely just good at boasting. Clearly unable to do it but still wanting to scare us. Truly a kiddo who doesn't know how to do anything. Yi Wu joked, I only said that the boss battle with me has ended. I never said that I killed the boss. The attributes of the other bosses haven't increased because I've captured the boss. The captain's face turned grim. Yi Wu, it's fine if you want to be a useless teammate, but don't think that our intelligence matches yours. If the boss can be captured, then why do we have to struggle so hard in battle? The old professor added, haven't you realized yet? These bosses not only grow stronger, but they also excel at exploiting human weaknesses. That kid is so eager to show off his skills that he has definitely been targeted by the boss. However, I speculate that among these 10 crimes, there's no evil spirit that would lie. Could it be that this kid was defeated by the little monster before he even reached a critical point in the fight? The masked man immediately burst into laughter. Makes sense. I find this highly likely. Isn't he a teammate? He shows no awareness at all. If you're going to be a fool, you might as well listen to the advice given. Clearly, a useless person should live like a useless person, dedicating themselves to strongmen like us until death is enough, yet he still wants to show off in front of us. This guy is about to make me laugh to death. Dungeon announcement: the lust boss has been subdued. The one who subdued it is Yi Wu. He has unlocked the hidden boss strategy, with rewards and experience points received being doubled. The attributes of the remaining bosses have decreased by 10%. Upon seeing such an announcement, everyone immediately turned pale. What? Is what he said true? He actually subdued the boss? Is that even possible? And there's this kind of operation? The boss's attributes are reduced by 10%. Not only is what he said true, but we also benefit from him. On the other side, teammates were still fighting. Although the attributes of the boss had decreased, it should not be underestimated, there are still plenty of dangers. Stop talking nonsense and quickly kill the boss. This is a rare opportunity, don't waste it. The greedy evil grumbled in battle. Lust has been subdued, what a pity. I was quite fond of her. Her greed for lust was the only one that suited my taste among the 10 sins we possess. The arrogant pred standing beside him continuously mocked, the saint is a mighty demon yet yields to a mere human. What a disgrace. Lust spoke with annoyance, this is truly a humiliation for our demons. A weak person like her, lacking in strength, should have chosen to die to atone, yet she dares to choose to betray us. Lazy Slot continuously shook his head, his tone revealing undeniable fatigue. It's really hard, because of Lust's betrayal, our attributes have been reduced, and we have to expend a lot of energy dealing with these humans. I'm so sleepy, so tired. After we deal with these rotten pests, I must sleep for a month. Meanwhile, the girl with green hair maintained her fighting stance, as expected of Yi Wu. You have indeed successfully subdued the boss. One of the people nearby whispered, if I could be like Xue Lu, having Yi Wu's support by my side, that would be great. But immediately, he blamed himself, no, I am truly too useless. Even at this point, I am still thinking about relying on Yi Wu. Suddenly, Yi Wu appeared, supporting the body of the girl with green hair. His sword moved as fast as lightning, slicing through the monsters. Yi Wu gently said, I'm sorry, I'm late. Yi Wu moved closer to comfort her. Regardless of your purpose for infiltrating the Queen team to participate in this dungeon, just go ahead and do it. I am your strongest support. Suddenly, her face flushed red. She thought to herself, could it be that Yi Wu guessed what I wanted to do? Never mind, those things aren't important. The most important thing now is that I know Yi Wu cares about me. He hasn't abandoned me. Right after that, Yi Wu promptly moved to assist the Queen team. One member of the team exclaimed, I can't believe you came to help us. Yi Wu responded lightly, no need to take it to heart. The captain of the Queen team watched the situation, filled with doubt, but could it be that he wants to steal our boss? What should we do? Right now, we need him for support, but we don't want to just give up the boss. At that moment, Yi Wu spoke up, don't worry, I have no intention of stealing your boss. My only target is those small monsters. Xue Lu, let's go. Hearing this, the captain of the Queen team awkwardly thought, this kid really isn't ordinary. It's me who has a bad image, revealing a narrow vision. Yi Wu continued to fight relentlessly. In her heart, she reassured herself, not all men in this world are rotten. There are truly people who make me feel worthy of trust. Everyone is putting their full strength into defeating the lazy monsters. Slot, thanks to Yi Wu, we can finally focus on dealing with the boss without having to spread our strength and energy on the small monsters. With his help, the boss battle has become much easier. The soldiers continuously encourage each other. One person exclaims, hey everyone, look at Yi Wu. He's really strong. Another girl chimes in, that's right. Before we had to fight each small monster one by one, exhausting so much energy. And now he kills an entire swarm so easily. He's so handsome. A voice filled with admiration echoes. Another girl humorously says, boss, I suddenly find myself interested in men. The person next to her laughs, "Ha, I feel the same way." Meanwhile, the captain of the Queen team keeps charging forward to attack the monsters. She shouts loudly, "You kids focus on attacking the boss. Don't let Yi Wu's support go to waste." On the other side, Yi Wu and Xue Lu are still fighting hard. Xue Lu pays attention to every action of Yi Wu, secretly thinking, this guy really has a deadly charm wherever he goes with the girls around him. Even that girl with blue hair earlier was drawn to him. I should completely trust Yi Wu. However, she hesitates a bit. It might be a bit hard to bring it up, but I must find an opportunity to tell Yi Wu the real reason I joined the dungeon this time. Suddenly, the captain of the Queen team became smug. Our Queen team has reduced the boss's health to only 22%. We can launch the final assault at any time. She looked over with a confident expression. The captain on this side was extremely surprised to hear that, only 22%? How is that possible? Even our boss's health is still much higher than that. The masked man was also taken aback, suspicious. Are you kidding? How could you all reduce the boss's health to only 22%? Look over here, the boss still has 45% health. You women have started to learn from that kid Yi Wu to lie, haven't you? The captain of the Queen team remained calm, unfazed. Sorry, we have Yi Wu assisting us, clearing out the little monsters so we can focus all our attacks on the boss. Her words immediately left everyone stunned. What? That kid Yi Wu has gone to support the Queen team? A member of the team voiced their frustration. Boss, this isn't fair. On what basis does their team get assistance while we have to face both the boss and the little monsters on our own? Everyone was still struggling to fight against the monsters. Clearly, there were still 3 teams engaged in the boss fight, yet Yi Wu chose to help the Queen team. Another person growled, with the strength of our team, if we had assistance, the boss would have been taken down a long time ago. Wu Wenshu was extremely angry at this moment, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Don't get distracted. Focus on fighting for me. Does our Phoenix team still need support from others? Damn it, just one wrong step, and now I've completely been suppressed by that kid Yi Wu." On the other side, Mu Zi turned back to report. Wu Wenshu nervously asked, "Mu Zi, why have you returned? Didn't I tell you?" Mu Zi immediately bowed her head, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, Captain, I failed my mission. I was detected by Yi Wu." Wu Wenshu's face turned red with anger, but he tried to suppress his rage. "What are you standing there for? Since you're back, quickly join the team and boost the attack. You useless piece of trash. If it weren't for the fact that we're short on people right now, I would definitely kill you right here." Wu Wenshu's complexion became increasingly grim. He gritted his teeth and pronounced each word distinctly. "Yi Wu, at first I just wanted to kill you to take what's on you. But now, I've changed my mind. I absolutely won't let you die easily." On the other side, the captain of the Queen team was trying to encourage the members. "Ladies, halt the attack. Just hold the boss back, don't let its health drop any further, otherwise it will trigger the berserk state." She said, "Let's take a little break first, then we'll simultaneously launch the final annihilation attack on the boss along with the other 2 teams." On the other side, Wu Wenshu was trying his best. He reported, "Captain, the boss's health has successfully been suppressed to only 21%. The captain nodded, responding with satisfaction, "Well done. Pause the attack for now. Mercenary squad, how's the situation on your end?" The masked man, feeling flustered, spoke up, "Why the rush? The boss's health is still at 35%. If you're so free, why not send some people to assist us? Our team has too many stragglers, and the coordination of formations is all chaotic. We have to deal with the boss at the same time too. Such a situation makes it hard for the entire team to concentrate their firepower to attack the boss." Some team members started to grumble at each other. One said, "Before entering the dungeon, didn't you say you wanted to take care of us? How come it's like this already?" The Queen team flatly rejected the request for assistance, leaving a tense atmosphere between the teams. Wu Wenshu began to explain, "The combat missions of the squads have been divided since the very beginning. I have no obligation to support you. Right now, you're just causing me more trouble. The Phoenix team has also declined to assist. Anyone can say polite words, but the reality is they refuse to provide assistance. It's pointless for you to be angry. The captain of the mercenaries replied angrily, fine. Not willing to provide support, huh? I'll turn on you all. If we die together. If my boss can't handle this, don't think he'll survive either. The attributes of the boss will increase, and then it'll be too late for regrets. The mercenaries panicked. Boss, what do we do now? We're about to exhaust ourselves, we can't hold on anymore. If both the Queen team and the Phoenix team won't help, should we try asking Yi Wu for assistance? The captain immediately shouted, get out. No way. I targeted him before, how could he possibly help me now? Besides, do you think I can lower my dignity like that? Stop talking nonsense. If no one helps, then take care of it yourself, put all your strength into attacking for me. The monster unexpectedly accelerated, emitting a terrifying pressure that made everyone shiver. Some couldn't bear it any longer, starting to scream, we can't take it anymore. Let's run, our lives are more important. Those who tried to flee were yelled back by the captain, run? Running only means waiting to be killed by the boss. If you want to fight, then fight yourself. I'm only here to make money from the dungeon, not to die here. The captain couldn't hold back at this moment and slammed his fist down on the ground. I've roamed wild for so many years, why have I come to this point today? Could it really be that there's no way out? Is it truly coming to an end like this? The monster continuously charged forward. He thought to himself, it's over, it seems everything is coming to an end. In my next life, I must be friends with strongman. My subordinates are no longer reliable, nothing can be done about it. The captain wept bitterly, the boss can be so easily broken, how am I supposed to lead the team in the future? Suddenly, a sword blade obstructed him in front. Yi Wu finally arrived. To be a boss, one must have awareness. One must lead by example, sacrifice more, endure more than anyone else. One must never be complacent at any moment. A group of others also returned. It's Yi Wu. Yi Wu has come to rescue us. The captain was overjoyed. Clearly, everything was about to end, he had already given up. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Yi Wu brought hope back to him. Yi Wu both attacked and encouraged everyone, don't just stand there. Everyone, deal with the boss, I will clean up the small monsters running around. The mercenary captain also shouted loudly, guys, charge with me. This boss has suppressed us for too long, now we must show it our strength. Kill them all. Immediately, the mercenary lunged forward. Diane sincerely said, no need to thank me. I was wrong to target you before. After this is over, I will make amends with you. Yi Wu was clearing the monsters while replying, let's talk about that later. On the other side, Wu Wenshu was extremely furious. Yi Wu. It's you again. You're just showing off too much. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're not worried about the dangers on the battlefield, your main goal is to pull the two factions you established together. I see through your intentions. Wu Wenshu grew more enraged as he spoke, no matter what you do, it's useless. I still have my ultimate move to use. Just wait. Then, Wu Wenshu immediately ordered, everyone, exert all your strength to attack. We must eliminate the boss in the shortest time possible. Let's see how long you can be pleased with yourself, Yi Wu. As long as I use my ultimate move, the ancient god and the evil bell on you will ultimately belong to me. The group of monsters is still using all their strength. Wu Wenshu reminds, it's the final moment, give it your all. We absolutely cannot lose to the other teams anymore. We must protect the honor of the Phoenix team. Yes, Captain. On the side of the Queen team, the members are also doing their utmost. One person shouts loudly, sisters, don't stop attacking. Yi Wu's help has made it easy for us to suppress the boss's health. Next, we must secure the first kill on the boss. We also need to prove to Yiwu that he has not made a mistake in helping our team. Over here, Yiwu moves skillfully, effortlessly taking down each monster. When the group of monsters gathers in one spot, with just one shot, Yiwu wipes out the entire group. The nearby mercenaries are stunned. Wow! His monster pulling skills are so clever. Every time he strikes, he takes out a whole pack. So he used to help the Queen team take down monsters like this? So cool! With Yiwu's assistance, the battle against the boss becomes much simpler. One team member excitedly says, "Finally, we can feel the joy that the Queen team experienced." The atmosphere becomes increasingly lively. One person reminds, "Everyone concentrate firepower, aim precisely at the boss and attack. We cannot waste Yiwu's effort." A massive explosion occurred, engulfing the entire space in smoke and flames. The current reported number of demons is 46,000. I traverse the battlefield, realizing this number is still insufficient. I must think of ways to write more to increase the challenge. The arrogant monsters have become extremely aggressive at this point. The Phoenix team is in crisis. The boss's health on our side has fallen below a dangerous level, barely remaining. The boss has entered a berserk state, making the situation even more tense. Captain of the Queen team reports, "We are still okay. Thanks to the support from Yiwu earlier, our casualties are very low. We are definitely able to get through this berserk phase." The captain of the mercenaries also speaks up, "My team also has Yiwu's support. The boss's berserk phase is not a big problem. But the Phoenix team seems to still be struggling. Damn it, this boss's berserk state is truly difficult to handle." No one in the team paused to rest, everyone immediately plunged into battle. However, the group began to exhaust. The boss's attacks became increasingly unpredictable, forcing everyone to remain continuously tense to cope. Wu and Shu shouted continuously, "What are you doing? Are you afraid the other teams won't hear? Even if it takes more effort, we must hold our ground." With several teams operating at the same time, we absolutely cannot appear weak to be looked down upon by others. Juku at this moment also stepped forward to add, "The leadership of the East region sent you here to protect me, yet I see that your Phoenix Cola team is struggling to even protect yourselves. Go help them." Wu and Shu's expression immediately turned furious. "Our Phoenix Cola team was originally the strongest in this dungeon, but because of Yiwu, I'm now subjected to such humiliation. One day, I will settle this debt with him." Demon of Greed continued to roar, "You pests, didn't you come here for riches? Haven't you gotten any benefits yet? Do you have to risk your lives like this? Poor pests, fight with all your might. If you kill the others, you can solely take possession of the gold and magic crystals. Gold! Magic crystals! Get rich, get rich!" At this moment, the crowd became increasingly agitated. Gold! Magic crystals! Get rich, get rich! The captain of the mercenaries also fought back, "Get out! Don't anyone compete with me. Whoever tries to steal, I will kill that person." He said, "Damn it! Just because you say it's yours, does that make it yours? It's all mine, mine." The demon of greed was becoming stronger and stronger. That's right, exactly like that. Fully unleash your greed to serve me, to make me even stronger. Ha ha. Yiwu noticed that internal restraint was avoiding his own desires. This attribute is again quite similar to lust. The desires temporarily created by the mercenary group are continuously enhancing the power of the demon of greed. I must stop it. Unfortunately, the level of the internal restraint skill is not strong enough, it can only interrupt the power of greed. Yiwu grabbed the chainsaw and charged straight at the monster. He shouted, "Don't fall for the boss's trick. It deliberately spews out gold and magic crystals to provoke your greed to strengthen itself." The captain of the mercenary team suddenly regained his composure. He said, "This trick is really terrifying. Our mercenary brigade has always valued money above life. If it weren't for Yiwu being here, even I would have fallen into this boss's trap. We almost died. He immediately stepped forward, slapped the mercenaries hard, and shouted, "Wake up a little. Just because you see money shining doesn't mean you can't tell when to be cautious. Damn it, do you want to die? That one keeps looting without stopping. Gold, my magic crystals, mine. So much, so much. Ha, with this much, how can I possibly contain it all?" The captain of the mercenaries standing behind wore an angry expression, muttering, "Senior, what should we do now? My subordinates are all low tier, their consciousness completely controlled by greed. Hitting them doesn't wake them up. With just the two of us, how can we possibly kill the boss?" Yiwu smiled confidently. "Who said I want to kill the boss? This is the best opportunity to subdue it." The captain of the mercenaries was taken aback, unable to hide his surprise. "Though I do not understand what Yiwu was saying at all, it makes me feel that he is very powerful. To be honest, I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable, but why have I never heard of a character like him before?" Demon of Greed laughed mockingly. "Ha, you want to subdue me? What a whimsical thought. I am not a useless demon like those consumed by lust. But you, with your ambition, are not a form of greed as well? You are someone whose desires are greater than mere lust, aren't you? That's why you could overcome lust." The demon of greed remained incredibly confident, mocking, "You rely on lust to conquer desire, but you cannot overcome this challenge of mine. Because it is your own greed that makes me even stronger." Yiwu calmly replied, "Don't speak too absolutely, creatures like you." He delivered a powerful kick towards the demon of greed, causing it to fall to the ground. The demon of greed sneered, its eyes filled with provocation. "Do you want to anger me? Ha, you are thinking too naively. Apart from greed, I have no other desires." However, the demon of greed quickly got back up, its expression excited. "Now let me see just how far your greed can reach." The team leader of the mercenaries warned, "Senior, be careful." Yiwu held the demon blood jade in his hand, smiling as he said, "Greed? All my life, what I have never minded hiding is my own greed. In this era, what is most abundant is also greed. But my greed is not for myself." The demon of greed grew more and more excited, its voice filled with ambition. "Demon blood jade. Do you have demon blood jade?" Yiwu replied cheerfully, "Sure enough, demons like you are very drawn to this demon blood jade." Greed's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Of course. Do you know what you are holding in your hand?" Yiwu feigned innocence, replying, "Oh, isn't it just a key that can open the demon realm?" Greed burst into loud laughter. "Huh? To have demon blood jade and not know its true value. This foolish human has never failed to disappoint me. You should know, this demon blood jade is not just a key. It is a supreme product condensed from the blood and power of the Demon King after his death." Upon hearing Demon King, Yiwu could not hide his surprise and exclaimed, "Demon Lord." He quickly regained his serious demeanor. In his heart, Yiwu silently thought, although I had long suspected that the demon blood jade served more purposes than just opening the demon realm, I never expected it would have such a terrifying origin. At that moment, the image of the Demon King surfaced in Yiwu's mind. The demon of greed continued to explain, "Demon blood jade inherits the power and essence of the Demon King. Whoever possesses it not only wields the power of the Demon King but also holds the ultimate authority to command all demons." Yiwu stared intently at the piece of blood jade in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He chuckled softly, "To command all demons, this is truly a remarkable item." At this moment, he immediately raised the piece of blood jade, his eyes filled with greed. "Do you want it? Then come and take it. As the demon of greed, how can I not be tempted by this treasure?" But at this moment, the demon of greed was incredibly flustered, murmuring, "No, this blood jade is not something a low-level demon like me can touch. While I do crave its power, risking my life for a strength I cannot endure is still not worth it. Preserving my life is far more important." Yiwu immediately sneered, provoking, "Oh, so you're the type who is both greed and cautious, huh?" The demon of greed replied without hesitation, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I sit here and chat for so long with a human like you?" His attitude changed immediately. His gaze toward the blood jade became cold. Demon blood jade is not something everyone is worthy of possessing. Only those chosen by it have the right to touch it. If one who is not chosen dares to approach, they will be consumed by it instead, becoming its nourishment. The demon of greed lowered his voice, as if revealing a rare secret. This has never been made public. Only a few demons truly understand this danger. But precisely because of this, more and more greed demons seeking the power of blood jade are being turned into its nourishment. The exact locations of their deaths are unknown. He looked directly at Yi Wu, his voice becoming sharp. How could a human like you possibly obtain this blood jade? The demon of greed became increasingly intrigued. He squinted his eyes, his voice filled with suspicion. Why not try to explain why blood jade would choose a human like you as its successor? This is completely out of the ordinary. Humans cannot inherit the power of demons. Yi Wu, hearing this, fell into deep thought. He began to ponder, the choice of the demon blood jade surely isn't about me, but rather the demon destroyer account within me. This thought caused him to break into a faint smile, and his attitude immediately shifted. Isn't this just perfect? Now you have even more reason to surrender to me. Don't you want to witness with your own eyes the birth of a new king? Or do you not want to personally taste the flavor of power by becoming the demon envoy for the demon king? Yi Wu's words became increasingly tempting. Of course, besides power, you could also gain satisfaction on the financial front. The demon of greed began to waver. He sneered to himself, to have me, one of the demons from the 7 deadly sins, surrender to a human? Don't joke. But then the temptation began to take hold of the demon of greed. Damn it, it seems I have no reason to refuse him. Power, wealth. Isn't this exactly what I've always craved? Greed is, after all, the source of my strength. At this moment, all the members of the mercenary team were astonished. One person in the team exclaimed, "Since I was a child, I've only seen scenes of killing bosses or being killed by bosses. I've never seen anyone negotiate or converse with a boss like this. Senior, although I don't understand what they are saying, it feels really cool." The captain of the mercenary team was also taken aback. In his heart, he thought, Senior truly is a senior. Not to mention the boss surrendering, even I want to surrender immediately. But I can't, I must endure. After all, I am the captain of the wild mercenary team, ranked 5th in the East region. The demon of greed was now kneeling on the ground, his voice solemn yet determined. I, Grande Greed, am willing to surrender to you. However, shortly after, he immediately added a condition, but a demon representing strong lust like me, when becoming your demon envoy, will bring you buffs, but simultaneously also generate significant debuffs. I just don't know if you can handle it. Yi Wu was slightly suspicious. Buffs and debuffs? Explain, what are the differences? The demon of greed began to explain. The buffs are divided into active and passive types. The active type is when you must pay a large amount of money or power to satisfy my desires. By using this method, you can utilize me to engage in combat. Yi Wu softly exclaimed, investing money to summon boss-level combat power? A fighting method that isn't bad. Demon of Greed continued to explain, the passive type means you will receive sensory lust. When you develop a desire for something, you will automatically sense the direction you need to move in to satisfy that desire. Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes lit up, full of interest. This ability is good, isn't it the ability to seek treasures on its own? Demon of Greed immediately reminded, don't be too quick to rejoice. I haven't mentioned the debuff yet. If you allow me to become your demon envoy, the only downside, and the biggest one, is that greed will continuously split. I will constantly influence you, causing your lust and ambition to increase without end. And this is something that cannot be reversed. Once the contract is established, it cannot be eliminated or suppressed anymore. Yi Wu thought for a moment and nodded. Lust and ambition, huh? As for lust, I have nothing to worry about. On the contrary, my lust has always been quite large, but ambition, that thing is a bit specific. However, this downside is completely worth enduring compared to the benefits. Yi Wu finally asked his question. I understand now, so next, how do we sign the contract? The demon of greed cheerfully replied, "It's very simple, you just need to give me 100 million as a deposit." Yi Wu's face darkened, feeling displeased with this method of contract. "Your method of contracting is indeed simple and crude, truly not keeping up with the progress of the times." Outside, the battle situation of the Phoenix Cola team was becoming increasingly dire. The captain anxiously said, "As the health decreases, this boss is getting more and more frenzied. We are about to be unable to fight anymore. Moreover, we have no reinforcements. Continuous fighting has caused our team members to dwindle significantly, and our attacks are about to fall behind." Wu Wenshu, who was still old-fashioned, disregarded the situation and shouted loudly, "I don't want to hear any useless complaints. Even if we die, we must hold on. It has come to the final moment. Do you want everything to be in vain? To have the honor of the Phoenix Cola team trampled into the ground?" But just then, a warning sounded. Announcement: the dungeon boss Greed has been successfully subdued. The captor Yi Wu receives double experience and rewards, and the remaining boss attributes are reduced by 10%. The members of the Phoenix Cola team continuously rushed forward, unable to believe their eyes. "What? Yi Wu has tamed a boss. Incredible, I can't imagine how he did that." One person in the team exclaimed, upon seeing, "The boss's attributes have decreased, now's the time, everyone hurry up. The offense and defense have changed, it's our turn to put all our strength into attacking and killing the boss." Everyone charged forward in unison. The proud boss has been successfully killed, the lazy boss has been successfully killed. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Cola team was still struggling, but Wu Wenshu, extremely angry, could not bear it. Yi Wu, it's always Yi Wu, how does he manage to do that? Clearly, I should be the one in charge of everything, why does he always get to shine?" Wu Wenshu's anger surged as he saw Yi Wu come into view. "Don't think that just because you help us, I will let you off. Your death is absolutely unavoidable, it definitely cannot be avoided." In the meantime, the next announcement rang out. The current number of demons the host has killed is 51,258. Yi Wu thought, this special mission requires a total of 100,000 demons to be killed. We're about to reach the final boss. The result of killing only half is a bit difficult to handle. At the gathering point, some members of Queen's team approached, their eyes directed at Yi Wu. "Look, it's Yi Wu coming. I must quickly go and befriend Yi Wu, it will be convenient for future interactions." Someone in the crowd spoke up, "This is not just a social gathering. Yi Wu, back when we were fighting the boss, you helped us a lot. We haven't even had the chance to thank you yet. I want to be friends with you, is that okay? Not to mention, it was thanks to Yi Wu successfully taming another boss during the final boss's rage phase that we were able to defeat it smoothly." Exclamations of praise continuously surrounded Yi Wu. "Yi Wu, Senior, are you still taking juniors under your wing? And I also want to be friends with you, Senior." Another person chimed in, "You guys only want to cling to his legs. Yi Wu ran all over the battlefield to support us, can we let him rest?" Someone else teased, "You dare call us out? Weren't you the first to suggest becoming friends with Yi Wu? Yi Wu, besides taming bosses, are you interested in taming girls that are crazy about you?" Wu Wenshu, from this side, was extremely angry. Among the teams participating in the dungeon this time, the Mercenary Guild and Queen's team have clearly sided with Yi Wu. Essentially, we are left with only the Phoenix Cola team. Could this also be a part of his plan? Finally, Juku understood. Wu Wenshu, can't you see that Yi Wu is truly exceptional? Perhaps the genes of Yi Wu have been studied even more than those of a demon. Ha, it's settled, no matter what, I must make him my experimental subject. Seemingly unable to hold back any longer, Wu Wenshu finally spoke up, "Enough, we don't have time for discussions. Everyone quickly rest in place. We are about to face the final boss, we absolutely cannot be careless, especially not like you all wasting energy on meaningless matters." Wu Wenshu continued to lecture, "Especially you, Yi Wu, from now on, you are not allowed to act recklessly. You must strictly adhere to the plan and the established regulations. Don't have a spontaneous mindset, it's not always possible to subdue the boss by chance like before. Next time, you might endanger everyone." At this moment, The captain of the mercenaries finally stepped forward. Why do you still dare to speak like that? Acting all authoritative here. In this world, only the strong have the right to speak. If it weren't for Yiwu, your Phoenix Cola team would probably still be struggling in the boss battle from before. The captain of Queen's team also spoke up. That's right, the situation in the dungeon has changed now. Only Yiwu can lead us. Queen's team will no longer listen to you. At this moment, everyone opposed Wu and Shu. You have no right to criticize Yiwu. What if we don't listen to the commander? Aren't you also benefiting from Yiwu's brave actions? That's right, not even a word of thanks to Yiwu. Instead you are here criticizing him. Do you even have a conscience? Wu and Shu fell silent. At this moment, Mu Zi, who was observing everything from behind, felt her heart racing too fast, almost unable to control herself. But Yiwu was both handsome and strong. Did she really have the right to like him? At this time, Juku stepped forward. You are not wrong, Yiwu has indeed made many contributions to everyone. There's no need to be overly concerned with superficial formalities. The final boss hasn't been defeated yet. Everyone should avoid internal conflict. Arguing and harming harmony is not good. Everything should prioritize the overall situation. Yiwu finally spoke up. It's okay, my working style is not something everyone can accept. Everyone, please stop arguing and take a break. After 2 hours, we will begin the final boss battle. Everyone immediately followed the order. Still, our senior is generous. Since the senior has said so, I won't bother arguing with that birdman anymore. Yiwu like this is indeed a form that a reliable man should have. Someone should learn from him. Everyone, make use of your time to rest. The senior Yiwu has said it. After 2 hours we have to commence the final boss battle, understood? Wu and Shu on this side was extremely angry. His so-called generosity is clearly deep cunning. It looks like he's trying to ease the conflict, but in reality, he is unconsciously issuing commands to everyone, starting to take over my management of the overall situation. Yiwu, my patience is about to reach its limit. After the final boss battle, you absolutely cannot survive out of the dungeon. Suddenly, at this moment, Shuihe appeared from behind. Yiwu, can we find a quiet place? I have something I want to discuss with you. Yiwu was a bit surprised. Shuihe. Right after that, Yiwu immediately agreed. There's no need for that hassle, let's talk here. The two of them entered a space to talk to each other, and Shuihe asked, skillful in spatial techniques, Yiwu, do you have this ability as well? He responded, just a small skill, nothing impressive. What do you want to talk about? Shuihe looked embarrassed. I didn't mean to ignore you before, I was just trying to be humble and patient. The ultimate goal of all this is to take revenge on someone. This person is related to my background, he is someone I need to kill, and I only have this opportunity. Shuihe's attitude became resolute. After thorough investigation, I understood that I am not, as Huang Fude said, a robot created from the genes of Shuilu, but the real truth is that we were both created from the same batch of genes. Shuihe's expression suddenly darkened, and she continued, the one behind this is Juku from the East region. He secretly colluded with Huang Fude from Huangjiang, creating a batch of robots, secretly selling them to Huang Fude to be used for biochemical transformations. Therefore, it is truly difficult for me to open my mouth to seek help regarding this trivial background. You have helped me deal with Huang Fude, so I plan to rely on my own strength to take revenge on Juku. Suddenly at this moment, Shuihe's entire body began to tremble, but I misjudged the situation this time and my own strength. Relying solely on myself I cannot succeed. So, Yiwu, can you help me one last time? Chaos filled her heart. What am I saying? A person like me is not even worth Yiwu's effort. What right do I have to make a request of Yiwu? At that moment, Yiwu stepped forward to support Shuihe. What do you mean one last time? He smiled gently. No matter how many times, I will help you with your matters. Shuihe seemed taken aback, and Shuilu approached and said, so you really are just like me. Shuilu came forward from behind. I noticed you at Huangjiang before. I sensed a trace of similar energy within you. You really are like me, also a victim created by the headgear in the East region. This time I came for revenge against Juku. Usually, he is under the protection of the East region, and it is impossible to take action against him. Only this time do we have the opportunity to kill him. Both of them share a common goal. Shuelu smiled with delight. Speaking of which, if you all come from the same gene. Yiwu said, in a way, you could be considered biological siblings. Sure, I guess that counts, Shuelu replied. But Shuaihe seemed bewildered. Why can you all calmly accept such an absurd situation? Shuaihe's demeanor turned gloomy. If not born from the same body, you can't even bear the burden of this identity and fate. Shouldn't that make you feel inferior? How can you still smile? Yiwu immediately comforted her. It doesn't matter how you're born in this world. What matters is how you live out your life. Shuaihe, don't let the past bind you. Living joyfully in the present is what you should be doing. Shuelu stepped forward and hugged Shuaihe tightly. Your background has been more tumultuous than mine. But that's okay, as long as we don't lose our goals and direction, and have the courage to keep living, we can overcome any difficulties. Because in front of us, the image of Yiwu appears, forever there is a reliable man to depend on. On this side, the two captains of the two teams were still chatting back and forth. Yiwu, regarding the final boss battle, we want to hear your perspective. The captain of the mercenary team said, whatever the senior decides, we will do it. On this side, the members of the Phoenix Cola team were still discussing among themselves. The final boss battle is clearly a grand team battle. They didn't come to us for discussions but went to that Yiwu instead. They are indeed a bunch of low-tier teams not in the mainstream. Captain, we cannot let that guy be so arrogant any longer. We need to quickly utilize the divine artifact we've asked for. Wu Wenshu realized something. Now is not the time to take action. The strength of the final boss is still unclear. Once everything is over, I will naturally not let him go. The other person did not ask further and said, Captain, you are wise. At that moment, Juku also came over and said, the Phoenix Cola team, you are a top 5 team in the East region, yet you let one person do this to you. I have never encountered such a situation before, but no matter how much you resent Yiwu, you all must capture him alive for me. Wu Wenshu became angry. Dr. Juku, I think you might have misunderstood, right? Our mission is to ensure your safety, not to listen to you about everything. Juku still chuckled. You want Yiwu to die easily, but don't you think that would be too easy for him? Hand him over to me, and I'll ensure that he lives a life worse than death. Moreover, you will also receive significant rewards from the leaders for contributing important living experimental materials to the East region, so wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Wu Wenshu also changed his attitude. Since you have said that, how can we not show you respect, Doctor? Juku replied, very well, then we can consider this a consensus reached. In Wu Wenshu's eyes flickered a sinister look. If Yiwu falls into the hands of that mad scientist, he is basically done for. I can't help but start to wonder what kind of ugly monster that madman will transform Yiwu into, or whether he won't even be able to endure and will turn into a pile of rotten flesh on the examination table. Suddenly, at this moment, the whole space was shaken. What is happening? What is going on? You all look over there. A horde of monsters rushed in. Oh no, is the demon attacking us proactively, or am I seeing things? The numbers are overwhelming, more than the demons we've killed before. Run away. Monseiden, in a fit of rage, appeared. There's no scent of anger, only cowardice. Creatures as small as these could defeat the 6 great sins? How ridiculous. The crowd became even more panicked. Is that the final boss? Just the oppressive power it exudes makes my hair stand on end. We're doomed. There are too many demons. Even if they stood still for us to slash, we wouldn't know when to stop. We're definitely going to die. We are absolutely going to die. The two captains of the two teams were still trying to reassure everyone. Girls, I know you all understand, because I'm scared too. But don't back down, prepare to face the enemy. Little ones, don't be cowards. Everyone, take out your weapons. I won't beat around the bush, there's only one word, kill. Yiwu was extremely excited at this moment. There are so many demons, it's really to my liking, perfect. Yiwu was not afraid at all, stepping forward and saying, everyone, don't panic. The next step is still the same rule, you focus on dealing with the boss, and I'll take care of the small monsters. Everyone was taken aback. What? The captain of Queen's team immediately wanted to stop him. Facing tens of thousands of small monsters, Yiwu wants to handle it alone. This can no longer be called a man. This is a god. The captain of the mercenary team also sighed. No wonder he is a senior. Not only is he strong, but his character is also noble, always leaving the easier parts for us while he tackles the hardest bones himself. Senior, you will forever be my god. Shuaihe and Shuailu standing beside said, Yiwu, just go ahead and kill, we will support you. That's right. The others were still in shock. Can they really win? It seemed impossible, but why are the three of them so calm? Are we really from the same world as them? A beam of light radiated. This is an energy light screen, useless anyway. An army of demons on this scale won't last long. The evil demons continued to want to rush in. Shuaihe suddenly spoke up, don't these demons want to live anymore? Yiwu, on the other hand, was quite intrigued. Hey, is this all you guys are capable of? How weak. Even breaking through the protective barrier is so sluggish. Are you really demons? I'm not targeting anyone here, I just want to say that you all are very weak. The captain of the mercenary team was taken aback. Oh my, this is just too much. Challenging tens of thousands of demons alone isn't enough, and before the battle, you have to unbutton your pants. Is this to raise the hatred meter of the demons to the max? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Senior, you're so cool, are you even human anymore? Seeing the monsters gradually wanting to break through, everyone panicked again. Not good, the barrier won't hold anymore. The evil demons finally shattered the light barrier. You want to die? Dare to mock us? I will be the first to devour you alive. Yiwu thought to himself, successfully attracted their hatred. Next, he said, Shuailu. At that moment, she immediately created a wall of ice. Understood. Yiwu thought, step 1, use the ice wall to separate between us and the demons. Yiwu thought, the second step, try to pull the two weak members out of the group. He said, do you want to eat? Come here, you all have to chase after me first. The captain of Queen's team stood on one side. That girl, wasn't she just recently joined our Queen's team? She doesn't shine? So it turns out she is powerful like this, and is also acquainted with Yiwu. Wu Wenshu was standing aside at this moment, benefiting from the situation. He looked at Yiwu and teased, Yiwu, you're really cool, aren't you? If you want to be a scapegoat, just go ahead, but please live a little longer. You must hold on until I finish off the boss before you die. Right after that, he commanded, the timing is right, everyone break through to the spot where the number of demons is the weakest, in the opposite direction, focus all attacks on the boss. The three of them ran while trying to attack. Damn it, the number of demons is really too many. The more we kill, the more they surround us deeper. One person in the group side, just relying on the three of us against tens of thousands of demons is still too forced. Yiwu, do you have any other way? Another person asked, with a worried look. Despite everyone's concerns, Yiwu still maintained his calm demeanor. Of course, my plan is not just for the three of us, come out here. At this moment, a giant monster appeared. Big brother, why did you only release little brother now? I have been so hungry for a long time. Yiwu excitedly announced, then continued, next is my favorite peerless mowing model. Yiwu immediately used Frozen Oblivion's soul-calming melody. The entire space was now enveloped in eternal frost-bound calamity. Although the battle was still ongoing, a group of monsters was getting closer and closer. Every bullet Yiwu fired was perfectly accurate. Monsaiden, in a frenzied rage, shouted, finally, I've found the weakness of these evil spirits. I've broken through right in front of the boss. Everyone, let's go, it's time to attack it crazily. He said, luckily, Yiwu attracted the monsters for us, making the final boss fight so simple. Isn't that right? Just look at its design, it doesn't have the style of a final boss at all. It must be because it has a 20% attribute reduction. However, Monsaiden inadvertently injured many people. The captain of Queen's team was surprised and asked, how could this happen? The captain of the mercenary team also did not understand. With a 20% attribute reduction, how can the final boss still be so strong? If it were not reduced, how strong would it be? Wu Wenshu maintained his initial attitude: the situation cannot continue like this. A group that cannot defeat the final boss must put aside past conflicts and accept unified command. Among those here, my combat experience is the richest. From now on, everyone must listen to me. After that, Wu Wenshu immediately issued orders: our Phoenix Cola team has the highest rank. Next, our tank's owner will take the boss's damage. The deputy tank of the mercenary brigade will share the damage. The two teams will alternate in taking damage, while Queen's team will be responsible for attacking and healing. Everyone must work together to complete the attack on the final boss. The captain of the mercenary brigade spoke up with criticism: sounds nice, but what do you mean by putting aside grievances? Wu Wenshu keeps emphasizing that he and his team are very strong, clearly trying to brainwash us into following him. The captain of Queen's team also had a contrary attitude: however, in the current situation, we can only listen to him. At least his leadership is professional, there are no problems. Manhwa was increasingly furious: the Phoenix Cola team firmly holds the formation, so other teams can see the strength of a professional team like ours. Isn't it better to listen to our team leader's command early? Otherwise, why would we have troubles like this? He said, but now they can understand, it doesn't mean that we might not directly bear the full damage of the boss that can't reach the higher troops on the field, haha. Manhwa, in a rage, unleashed energy, causing the soldiers of the Phoenix Cola team to be taken by surprise. What is happening? Why did the boss's rage suddenly explode like this? One person in the team panicked. Not good. The body was shaken by the boss, falling into a state of paralysis. What are the deputy tank's hired soldiers doing out there? Hurry up and help our main force bear the damage. Manhwa, in a fury, continuously released pressure, causing the Phoenix Cola team to roll helplessly on the ground. From a distance, the commander urgently ordered, "It's over. This boss attacks in a range that we can't respond to." After stopping the ranged attack, it charges in for close combat. "Captain, this boss strikes both from a distance and in close combat comprehensively. We can't bear it." In another corner, the Queen's team faced a similar situation. A team member looked towards Wu Wenshu, lamenting, "Big sister, the boss's continuous moves are too fast. Our recovery can't keep up anymore." Wu Wenshu immediately commanded, her voice decisive, "All teams, stay away from the boss. Use the kiting strategy to draw the boss away." The Phoenix Cola team is responsible for attracting the boss's aggro, pulling it away from the crowd. The remaining teams focus on ranged attacks against the boss. Some people said, the strategy has been deployed, and the final boss's health has significantly decreased. The captain of the mercenaries praised, "I didn't expect this guy actually has some skills." Wu Wenshu replied with pride, "You guys are too slow-witted. The final boss's attacks are indeed incredibly strong, but its defense is much weaker than imagined." He cheerfully remarked, "It seems that the previous attribute reduction still has an effect. The scales of victory have tilted in our favor now. Everyone keep attacking like this, the boss won't last much longer." However, the situation unexpectedly changed. The members of the Phoenix Cola team were defeated. A voice shouted, "It's over. The main damage dealer has fallen. Deputy tank, quickly support, move up." The captain of the mercenaries urged anxiously, "Hey, why are you suddenly frozen? Keep commanding the battle." Wu Wenshu also panicked and asked, "Did you just get killed by the boss?" He was the main damage dealer with a lot of combat experience from the Phoenix Cola team. "His death means your deputy tank is totally useless." The entire mercenary team was stunned. "What? You mean we are just a bunch of thin-skinned people waiting to be chopped down by the boss?" Manhwa, filled with rage, approached, his eyes full of challenge. He looked around, observing the expressions of everyone before sneering, "Hey, hey, hey, your expressions are all wrong. Astonishment, panic, fear. Those emotions are not what I want to see. You should be furious. I've killed so many of your people, why does no one feel anger?" Humans are indeed colder than demons. Wu Wenshu's face gradually darkened, but he remained silent. Monsaiden continued to provoke, only anger can bring me joy. I thought that with your large numbers, surely someone would explode with enough rage to entertain me. That's why I took the initiative to attack. But what a disappointment, you are all too weak. Killing you only makes you more afraid, so. Behind him, a group of elite demons appeared, their faces full of excitement. Monsaiden turned to instruct them, then let's torture them until they can no longer endure, until they go mad. Break their backs first. The evil group immediately charged forward, then I will break their limbs. Suddenly, a voice rang out, torture? I have countless ways to use. The people continued to scream, help! Anyone come save us! The monster immediately wrapped its body around one of the members of Queen's team. What's wrong with you humans? Seeing your kind being tortured, yet no one shows any anger. Do you want to come save them? You make my head hurt. We won't be able to complete the mission of the Great Wrathful One. It seems I have to torture even more severely. The captain of Queen's team rushed forward, enough. Let her go. If you have anything, aim at me. The monster was extremely pleased. Oh, finally someone couldn't hold back and started to get angry, huh? Immediately, its tentacles reached out, tightly wrapping around the captain. But he mocked, only one woman dares to speak up, and what about you men? Can't you do the same? You're not even as good as a girl. It seems we have to torture you more ruthlessly, ha! Suddenly, a sharp blade slashed through, annihilating the group of demons. Yi Wu quickly arrived to support the captain, saying, Yi Wu. At this moment, Yi Wu spoke up, you want to rely on provoking our desires and anger, thereby compensating for the 20% of attributes that are lacking? Do you think I will let you achieve that? Xue Lu and Xue He finally returned. I didn't expect the elite demons to be so easy to deal with. This time, thanks to Yi Wu leading us to fight the small monsters, we have made significant progress compared to our previous levels. The members of the mercenary team were also surprised. Wow. That's right. In just a short while, their levels have increased dramatically. So how many small monsters do we have to kill to achieve this? Looking at the corpses scattered all over the road, everyone became excited again. That's for sure. Don't you see that tens of thousands of those small demons are all dead? Oh my, today is just too brutal. Yi Wu Sr. is so cool. From now on you will be the eternal god in my heart. The two summoned dragons were still cleaning up everything, satisfying, so satisfying. This feast is truly too filling. Monsaiden was incredibly confused with rage. In such a short time, you have killed all my subordinates. Yi Wu slowly stepped forward, coldly saying, I will handle this boss. I think you all have no objections, right? Hearing this, everyone immediately changed their expressions. What? Senior isn't taking a break for a bit? Just now, you fought with tens of thousands of small monsters, and now you're immediately challenging the boss? Although the strength of Senior Yi Wu is something we have all witnessed, but continuously fighting at this level, he probably won't be able to endure. The members of the mercenary team looked at Yi Wu with admiration. One person sighed, you fools, cursing him now would leave no one to fight the final boss. Senior sacrifices himself like this is for us. Another person nodded, feeling moved, so that's how it is. Senior truly lives up to the title of senior, making people admire him. Meanwhile, Wu Wenshu felt uncomfortable, her eyes flashing with scheming. Yi Wu, you really love being in the limelight. But that's okay. If you overestimate yourself and insist on offering your head to the boss, then I will let the boss deal with you instead. Xue He was about to step forward but was pulled back by Xue Lu. Wait. Yi Wu, you. Xue Lu said, Xue He, if you want to be a good woman, then when a man has made up his mind, do not stop him. Xue Lu stood behind and observed, realizing, the energy and aura of Yi Wu have changed. Previously, he was always silent and introspective, but now he exudes a powerful presence like an arrogant king. Monsaiden, enraged, looked at Yi Wu stepping forward alone and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Huh? Human, do you dare to face me alone? You are the first to do this. I admit, you have a bit of leverage to be so arrogant. After all, capturing two bosses requires some strategy. But let me tell you, this time I'm taking the initiative to target you. Don't make me disappointed. Yi Wu said little, immediately launching an attack. He replied coldly, I'm in a hurry, your trash talk doesn't need to be so excessive. System notification, Demon Destroyer account has been changed. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion occurred. Monseiden was also severely impacted. The explosion caused panic among the surrounding people. Oh my god. Everyone, stay away. Is this a battle of deities? The sword energy from both sides clashed violently, shattering both the mountaintop and the ground. Monseiden immediately changed form, his aura bursting forth. He smirked wickedly, how rare. I've never encountered a human like you. Monseiden the Furious said, rage is my source of strength. My whole life I have yearned for rage, but every time others meet me, no one is not afraid. Let alone daring to make me truly angry. He charged into battle fiercely, and you are quite good. Not only do you dare to show anger in front of me, but you are also the first to truly make me furious. Monseiden the Furious swung his fist, delivering a heavy punch towards Yi Wu. To let me seriously immerse myself in battle like this, a human like you should feel honored. A loud explosion rang out, causing those outside to become anxious. The team leaders paused to discuss, is Yi Wu okay? Could it be that the senior is just going to concede like this? It seems evenly matched, but Yi Wu was still being suppressed. Even with 20% of the boss's attributes reduced, he is still this strong. How monstrous must his original strength be? Wu Wenshu observed from a distance, his gaze cold but unable to hide his delight. Good, this is the correct direction of development. Yi Wu, you can rest assured and go die. Juku shook his head, a look of regret on his face. What a pity, such a talent must die. However, the next scene left everyone astonished. This is truly the appearance of the final boss. Yi Wu looked at Monseiden, his gaze resolute. Even though I have countless ways to defeat you, when facing an ancient god like you, I can only choose the hardest path. The people standing outside were extremely excited. Ancient god demon, what is he saying? Wu Wenshu thought, why is it that wherever there is Yi Wu, there are ancient gods? Is he just lucky, or does he have some special ability? Juku thought, in this dungeon, another ancient god appears. How does this guy know? Monseiden in a rage began to mock, you know of the existence of the demon god? You truly are not ordinary. But I'm sorry, my master's intent is to kill you. Your name is Yi Wu, right? I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. The system announced, the duration of the Demon Destroyer account is only 2 minutes remaining. Monseiden in a rage continued to fight with all his might. Yes, that's right. Keep going. Keep going. The more you resist, the angrier you get, the happier I will be. Yi Wu immediately seized Monseiden's arm. His strength was enough to throw the opponent over his shoulder, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. The onlookers cheered with delight, so fast. We can't see the battle moves between the boss and senior Yi Wu. Watching the intense fight, they whispered, if this keeps up, this dungeon will be destroyed. Fighting like this is not something we can get involved in. He said, Yi Wu, is he still a human? Monseiden, furious, shouted out loud. Just moments later, he was thrown to the ground. He stood up, annoyed, and said, this feels great, fighting with you is really satisfying. Keep going, I can hold on. The system announced, the usage time of the Demon Destroyer account has expired, and the cooldown time is 2 hours. Juku began to calculate, taking advantage of both sides being injured is the right time to use that equipment to collect the items I want. The other person understood the intent, so, it's to capture the boss's gene, right? Juku had a dangerous attitude, no? I want both the boss's gene and Yi Wu's. Monseiden, filled with rage, continued to attack with unprecedented fury. Anger makes me strong, anger makes me immortal. Can you now compete with my intensity? Yi Wu tried to stop him, but the situation was becoming very tense. Outside, their teammates were extremely worried. Not good, Queen. Yiwu's health suddenly dropped sharply. Our healing can't keep up anymore. The captain of Queen's team quickly ordered, ladies, hold on a little longer. No matter what, we must maintain Yiwu's health. On this side, the group of mercenaries was also trying to provide support. One person shouted, the rest of you, don't just stand there, come help me save Yiwu Sr. Another person hesitated, we want to help, but is this really a battle we can participate in? That's right, what if we cause more trouble? A different voice chimed in, looking apprehensive. He said, moreover, we might be defeated with just one punch. The team leader of the mercenaries hesitated, then said seriously, you bastards. Is no one willing to help? I can't do this alone. If we act rashly, it might distract Yiwu Sr. At that moment, the members of the Queen's team were also facing difficulties. One person anxiously said, Yiwu's health is dropping rapidly under the boss's attack. Our healing efforts are completely falling behind. Meanwhile, Wu Wenshu laughed cunningly, Yiwu, you're still too immature. You see? Soon enough, your arrogance will destroy you. The boss has only a little health left, but after it kills you, I will use my ultimate move to deal with it, killing two birds with one stone, huh? Xue Lu watched, trying to suppress her anger. She muttered, Yiwu's condition is not right at all. It shouldn't be like this. Ever since he subdued the demon of greed, he's become very strange. I must step in to help him. Aivis stood beside, extremely worried. Master, I have monitored and checked your spectrum, it is currently filled with greed, risk, and gambling. Please quickly change your account. If you continue to use this account, you will fall into despair. Yiwu could no longer resist. In fact, I have already reached the limit, but deep down, I resist changing the account, unwilling to witness the number of demons I have defeated just fade away like that. The debuff after signing the pact with the demon of greed appeared so quickly, didn't it? Monsaiden furiously stood opposite him, with excitement in his eyes. Human, say goodbye to this world. Meanwhile, Wu Wenshu and Juku each had their own calculations. Juku sneered, thinking to himself, it's over. Yiwu, everything of yours is about to come to an end. The ancient god and the demon bell on you will belong to me. However, Juku thought, if both Yiwu and the boss are seriously injured, these two precious experimental materials will definitely belong to me. Though Yiwu was exhausted, he still tried to block the attack, not giving up at all. Those belonging to Queen's team and the mercenaries were extremely worried. Look at that. Yiwu Sr. has endured thousands of attacks from the boss and still hasn't lost any health. I knew it, the senior must have an even more powerful move left. But there were some who questioned, this isn't good. Why is there a blood-red aura surrounding Yiwu? Monsaiden, in rage, couldn't hide his astonishment. This. Could it be the blood aura of the Demon King? The system began to explain. The host shows signs of being affected by the demon blood jade, due to a state of lustful obsession. This is a random event. The host currently cannot actively control this power. Aivis was alarmed. Falling into demonization produces a common bond. Indeed, the demon blood jade is only compatible with the body of a demon. But this time, Yiwu may have encountered a disaster that turns into a blessing. Yiwu's body began to emit a thick blood aura, forming an imposing set of demon armor. Monsaiden, witnessing this transformation, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, this is an air of nobility and grandeur that is beyond imagination. But why? Why would the Demon King choose a human as his successor? Monsaiden, enraged, seized the opportunity to launch an attack. He roared, this kind of power, I, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, clearly deserved more than this insignificant human. You don't deserve this ultimate source of strength. Return it to me. Yiwu immediately dodged and coldly replied, all right, if you have the ability, come and take it. Monsaiden was quickly defeated in his rage. Suddenly, someone fell from above. The crowd screamed in shock, look. It seems like a figure has been knocked out from inside the boss's body. The crowd began to discuss, "Oh my god, he's unbeatable." The senior remains the senior. No matter the situation, he always has a cool trump card. Yi Wu is truly not an ordinary person. Every time when danger arises, he always finds a way to change the situation. He is indeed a man who inspires confidence. I feel that Yi Wu Sr. is not a mortal. He is a divine being in this world. Meanwhile, Wu Wenshu was writhing, his eyes filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Why? Why is it like this? Why is that guy being praised while all my carefully planned schemes fail? Yi Wu, I want to kill you. Right now," and Chang is lying on the ground, "Senior and Chang." Yi Wu turned back with his old demeanor, "Senior and Chang, why are you in this dungeon and why are you in the body of a boss?" This flew behind, immediately analyzing, "Master, according to my analysis, there must be a human existence within the bodies of the 7 bosses, or more precisely, humans who have been transformed into bosses in the dungeon. Their desires have been amplified by the infinite power of evil, ultimately leading to mutation. The weak become common demons, while the strong become bosses." Yi Wu ran over to check the situation. "Senior and Chang, why did you mutate into rage?" It must be because he has been continuously trying to heal himself without results. The accumulation of resentment ultimately led to his mutation. However, Yi Wu finally smiled. "It seems that this trip to the dungeon was not in vain. I coincidentally found my senior." "Senior and Chang, you don't need to worry anymore, your sister has found you. Let's go back to meet your sister." And Chang, still lying on the ground, asked in confusion, "Who are you? Who is my sister?" Yi Wu was immediately taken aback. This analyzed the situation. This said, "Master, he is not lying. His spectrum is full of hazy gray and black, probably due to memories being forcibly erased by someone. The host has defeated the boss of wrath. Since wrath is the leader of the 7 deadly sins, the host is rewarded with additional kills. Currently, the host has received 8,000 kills, but the mission still lacks 4,000 more. However, the number of demons in the dungeon is no longer available. If the host wants to complete the mission, he must kill An Chang, the host of the boss." Yi Wu was extremely panicked, exclaiming, "What? Kill An Chang? To complete the mission of 100,000, which is still lacking 4,000, I have to kill Senior An Chang. Only by doing so can I achieve the final 100,000 kills?" At that moment, another voice echoed in his head, as if urging him, "What is there to hesitate about? Having come this far, do you intend to give up? Quickly kill him. The demon realm still has countless treasures waiting. How can you let him ruin our grand plan?" Another voice inside him immediately retorted, "No, how can I kill Senior and Chang just to reach the required number of demon kills? You definitely won't hesitate to abandon the mission to save Senior and Chang, right? The sides of goodness and evil are opposing each other. Maintain absolute reason, do not let greed and ambition control you." What is wrong with greed and ambition? People only care about themselves. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. Everyone is like that, isn't it? Killing An Chang, completing the mission, and taking what we want. However, the goodness continues to fight back. "We cannot do that. We should abandon the mission and save Senior and Chang." At this moment, Juku was extremely happy, laughing loudly. Great, this is so effortless. He is exactly the best genetic material that I have always been looking for. In previous experiments, when I successfully merged humans with demons or beasts, it was extremely unstable. The final subjects all turned into demonic forms, either dying or perishing. But actually, these are not the main points. The mission of leading the East region for me is not to build a demonic army but to find the secrets of immortality within demonic genes. Extending youth and lifespan for the leader of the East region is the ultimate goal of my genetic research. The leader of the East region really does not care who I use for the experiments or how I conduct them. He continued, in their eyes, besides their own lives, the lives of others are nothing more than weeds. I only care about probing, searching, and researching the ultimate scientific truth, no matter what means are used to achieve it. In terms of tactics to reach our goals, I am in full agreement with the leaders of the East region. Juku's true nature was becoming increasingly evident. He said, through countless experimental organisms, I have discovered that the demon gene is more compatible with humans than the beast gene. However, it has not yet reached the level of compatibility like the individual before me. He is not only the perfect boss combined with demons but can also live and maintain his sanity. That is an incredibly precious material. At that moment, Juku immediately ordered, "Capture the man who has transformed into the demon boss." Shui Lu and Shui He stepped forward to block. "Yiwu hasn't spoken yet, none of you are allowed to act recklessly." Juku finally revealed his ambitions. He laughed loudly, "Ha! The final boss has been defeated, and you are still pretending here? No need to hide. Didn't you come here to seek revenge on me? I remember you too. Both of you are creations of mine. If you want to take revenge, now is the time." Both of them immediately became angry. "You remembering is good, but I'm afraid you don't remember how many crimes you have committed against us, how you have created the tragedy of our lives." Shui Lu immediately stepped forward to attack. "Since you have been exposed, then Shui He, let's take action." Shui Lu continued to charge forward. "Juku, your time to die has come." Juku remained very calm. "Is that so?" The modified creature at this moment immediately withdrew its body. "You shouldn't think you can deal with me so easily. My body has been modified by the doctor, it is immortal." Shui Lu was extremely surprised. "The body that I chopped up has healed, and there are no wounds or blood." The modified creature rushed at them. "Didn't expect that, did you? The doctor has reached an extraordinary level in the study of ancient arts, and I am also a secret weapon among 10,000. At this moment, Shui He was knocked back, and Shui Lu quickly caught him. "Be careful, it hasn't attacked us all this time because it was cautious of us, okay, but does immortal existence really exist?" The two people were still fighting. "Regardless of whether it exists or not, we must kill it." Yi Wu was still on Chang's side. "Senior Chang, where are your memories from before?" Chang raised his hand to rub his head. "I don't remember anything at all. It feels like my memories have been completely erased, leaving only anger and the desire to kill." "But why can't I remember because of this anger?" Cheng turned to him, a look of doubt in his eyes. "Your name is Yi Wu, right? How do you know me? Who am I?" In that moment, Yi Wu's inner kindness arose. He thought to himself, Cheng's memories must have been devoured by the ancient god demon. I need to find a way. But within Yi Wu, another side conflicted. Then the problem has arisen. If you don't kill Chang, how can you get to the ancient god demon ahead? The current situation is a deadlock. What will you do? The two sides continue to argue. There is no deadlock at all, because you cannot kill Senior Chang just to reach the demon realm. Is one Chang really more important than the ancient god demon? To achieve the ultimate king account, you must obtain this ancient god demon. Yi Wu's expression darkened. "Desire and ambition, huh? I didn't expect that. This has already begun to counter my will." However, at this moment, Yi Wu struggled to stand up, taking a deep breath. "If it were before, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated for so long." Suddenly, Yi Wu spoke up. "This man, please take care of him for me." "Everyone, listen to this." The senior instructed, "We will definitely follow your orders. Yi Wu, you can rest assured to leave this place to us. Go do your work." Yi Wu looked around. "No matter what, we cannot kill Senior Chang. If we miss the ancient god of evil because of this and fail to obtain the ultimate king account, I will have to accept the consequences." Shui Lu and Shui He were still fighting relentlessly. This old man Juku is hiding such incredible fighting power. It is difficult for us to gain the upper hand against him one-on-one. But no matter what, we must kill him this time. The modified creature was still holding on very stubbornly. "If you want to kill the doctor, you must pass my barrier first." Yi Wu finally arrived to help. "Leave him to me, you all go deal with Juku. Right now, I have a belly full of fire that needs to be vented." Yi Wu is fighting a robot. The two girls fly forward, and from there comes Yi Wu's voice. "It is up to you, Shui Lu, let's go." Shui Lu replies, understood. The robot flies up and uses a spatial isolation skill against the two girls. It commands, stop right there. You won't get past me. Where do you want to go? Countless mini drones rise into the sky and start firing bullets. Yiwu says, your opponent is me. However, the robot uses its power to lock the circles around and protect itself. Then, a loud explosion occurs, and the sky suddenly brightens with an orange light. The robot enlarges its body, becoming a larger version. It steps out from the explosion, laughing maniacally, ha, I told you, I am immortal. An attack of this level is completely useless against me. Yi Wu's voice was blown to pieces, but it can still regenerate. After stepping out, the robot raises its fist towards Yi Wu and says, surprised? Scared? I am the advanced host, the latest version, not some worthless human like you could compare to. Yi Wu thinks, the ancient genetic biotechnology can reach this level, it truly surprises people. In his hands, he held two gigantic machines aimed straight at the sky, with beams of yellow light shooting up accompanied by stones. Yi Wu thought, but this type of immortal body hack bug absolutely cannot exist. Its number of split rebirths must be limited. I just need to keep killing him until he reaches his limit. The robot's body would also be split apart, along with his voice. I once said that this has no effect on me, so why don't you believe it? The robot said, the stronger your attack, the faster my splitting rebirth speed. I don't mind being killed by you continuously, because that will only make me stronger. The robot lunged to punch Yi Wu, but he had already summoned a golden shield. Although you are very strong, after all, you only have one life. My life is countless, even if I cannot quickly kill you, I can wear you down until you die. Yi Wu thought, they are not wrong, I cannot gamble on this unclear number of rebirths. I must find a way to win quickly, I cannot let them cling to me. The robot said to Yi Wu, there is indeed a way to break the deadlock. In the weapon vault, MOZ has created tools for the demon destroyer. There are still a few items you have never used before. Yi Wu thought for a moment and then said, what are we waiting for? AI Vis immediately began searching through the armory, selecting suitable tools for the current battle. A miniature-controlled thermonuclear restrainer appeared. The robot joyfully announced, Master, I found it, this tool is absolutely suitable for the miniature-controlled thermonuclear restrainer. This device was originally used to bind the energy of small-level thermonuclear reactions, helping to restrain immense energy and stabilize the force field. Yi Wu took the weapon and directed a beam of golden light at the robot. The robot responded, useless attack, no matter how many times you repeat it, it will be ineffective. This method of attack is truly meaningless, will you not give up? Continuing like this will only lead to a 4 against 1. At that moment, a blue machine appeared in the sky, casting a white light down, accompanied by blue lightning bolts. The force field binding of this machine was directed at the robot, and it announced, even if you are immortal beings, once caught by this force field, you cannot escape. The robot's body was drawn into the force field. Yi Wu smiled and said, you will have to live forever with that eternal body, bound to this force field, forever until the end of the world. The robot said, damn it, let me go, AA. Two girls also approached, and one said, damn, these two women are so strong. A man in a cloak said, Dr. Juku, please withdraw from here, we are about to run out of strength. The bald man, with a little gray hair around, said, Wei Shuwen, how long are you going to stand there watching the show? Aren't you coming over to protect me? Haven't you heard that when we return, I will use you as a living test subject? The gray-haired man trembled and said, Yi Wu, I have to kill you, Yi Wu. The bald man rushed forward and said, what time is it? Forget about Yi Wu, don't forget your mission to lead the East region, protecting me is the most important thing. Wu Wenshu, in a state of rage at level 260, with strength reaching 100 points, had transformed into a person with two long horns. He said, Yi Wu, kill. The bald man jumped up and said, what is this? Why did Wu Wenshu suddenly turn into a new boss monster? Wu Wenshu stood in front of the two, and Shuelu said, not good, Wu Wenshu must have been possessed by the mad desire of a raging boss. A man wearing a cloak looked around and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did the captain turn into the evil boss?" The man standing next to him quickly said, "Captain, it's us. Get a hold of yourself, don't let the power of the evil dominate you." Wu Wenshu brandished his sword, charged forward, and shouted, "Yiwu! I want to kill Yiwu. Anyone who stops me must die. Kill! Kill! Kill!" A blue-haired person observed, shook his head, and said, "At this rate, Wu Wenshu has lost his reason." Another blue-haired person nodded, coldly said, "If he truly is the boss, then we only have one option, to kill." Wu Wenshu roared, charging straight at the two of them. One blue-haired person thought to himself, "This new boss has terrifying speed. His speed far exceeds ours." Wu Wenshu used a rapid slicing skill, leaving both of them struggling to defend themselves. Shuailu at level 220 had 25% health left. Shuaihe at level 218 only had 20% health remaining. Shuaihe shouted in haste, "His slicing blows are too fast. If this continues, our HP will run out." The brown-haired girl from a distance commanded, "Sisters, hurry up and gather to heal them. We absolutely must not let their health drop to the warning level." The blue-haired girl replied immediately, "Yes, big sister." The brown-haired man said, "Damn it, I knew Wu Wenshu would not do, his will is weak enough to be possessed by a demon." The brothers crazily attacked, "Replace you to carry out fire support." The two men with guns laughed and said, "Yes." An orange light shone directly on Wu Wenshu, and he said, "The attack is slow." Yiwu smiled and said, "Wu Wenshu has been demonized, how deep is his intent towards me?" Shuailu said, "The new boss demon transformed by Wu Wenshu is extremely powerful and strange, we best work together to attack." Yiwu smiled at the two girls and said, "No need, he is targeting me, no matter what, I will fight. It is precisely because of his appearance that I can resolve my urgent matter right now." There was an announcement determining the strength of the new boss demon. Killing the new boss demon, the host receives 6,000 kill points, thereby achieving a total of 10 kills. Yiwu smiled and said, "So Wu Wenshu, I must thank you for this favor in my time of need." Wu Wenshu's head sprouted two long horns, and Wu Wenshu was flying in a beam of red light. It said, "After being suppressed for so long, I can finally enjoy killing you. Ha, this is the feeling of being carefree, fully releasing my desires, so delightful." Wu Wenshu was using the power of the red beam to fight against the yellow power of Yiwu. It said, "If I had known it would feel this good, I wouldn't have bothered being human." Yiwu was also struggling to fight against Wu Wenshu, thinking, "Its speed is too fast, my defense can't keep up at all, I can only rely on endless firepower to suppress it." Countless small missiles were launched towards Wu Wenshu, unleashing all firepower. Wu Wenshu said, "Want to use firepower to attack, replacing defense with offense? Useless." Yiwu used the power of zigzag shooting to battle Wu Wenshu. It moved everywhere and said, "Your attacks seem to slow down tenfold in my eyes. Slow, too slow." Yiwu thought, the shockwave was bent by his high-speed airflow, and the bullets couldn't keep up with its speed. Countless mini-missiles surged forward, creating streams of orange light. The robot laughed heartily, saying, "I love seeing your helpless expression." Yiwu felt that the situation was becoming a bit difficult. The Demon Destroyer account does not fear oppression from power and numbers, only fears opponents with high speed. He looked ahead, thinking that Wu Wenshu was indeed the type with fast speed, plus his mutation enhancement ability made his speed even more frightening. Yiwu's eyes revealed concern, as he knew that the second form of the Demon Destroyer account had not yet had a council. At the same time, during the battle, switching to another account was not supported by the system, which made him worry about how to resolve this situation. A brown-haired girl raised her hand in front and said, "Sisters, even though Yiwu can defend against the boss's attacks and the healing pressure for us is not high, we must not slack off. We still need to continuously heal Yiwu." The two girls behind nodded, understanding the situation. "Big sister." A brown-haired man wearing a mask said, "Damn it, this is the first time I've seen Senior Yiwu in an absolutely weak position. Damn it, how is this Wu Wenshu so freakishly strong?" A light blue-haired girl calmly spoke, we must trust Yi Wu. The dark blue-haired girl beside her also agreed. Indeed, no matter what difficulties arise, he will definitely come up with a way to resolve it. Wu Wenshu is fighting against Yi Wu. Surrounding Yi Wu is a protective golden circle, and a voice echoes from within it, counterattack, struggle. Are you really going to give up like this? Killing you this way feels too boring for me. I still prefer the over-the-top, arrogant look you had at first. Ha ha. Yi Wu stands within the golden circle, thinking, if I keep going like this, my HP will soon run out. I need to come up with a new way to respond. At this moment, the robot beside her laughs and says, Master, don't panic. I just checked and found the most effective way, the only way. In the current weapon inventory, there is a box called MOC's Last Gift. On it is a question: when faced with an unsolvable crisis, open it. Yi Wu is surprised. There's something like that? AI Vis immediately opens the box. The robot looks at the silhouette of a person appearing and says, Yes, Master. The man emanates a purple glow. He says, Finally, you used this item. This means you are currently facing an insurmountable problem. If I'm not mistaken, you must be dealing with an enemy who is faster than you. He smiled, extending his hand and said, But it's fine, I have long since seen this one weakness of yours, and silently prepared a new set of equipment for you. I didn't proactively tell you because I thought of your stubborn personality, but now as a matter of life and death, you must cast aside your pride and put it on, to defeat your enemy. Yi Wu laughed and said, The bond between MOC and the Demon Destroyer is truly deeper than I expected. Countless purple rays shot straight at Yi Wu. He covered one eye and said, So I can't let the two of you down. Yi Wu had donned a set of armor, which was MOC's final gift, Magic Hidden Paradise. The brown-haired man exclaimed, Wow, Senior, you look so cool, this new gear is so powerful, it's freaking awesome. Senior, how many flashy equipment do you even have? The brown-haired girl crossed her arms and smiled, saying, No wonder you've changed my view on men. Yi Wu, I'm genuinely becoming more and more interested in you. Wu Wenshu pretended, but it suits my idea, because like this. He swung his sword forward, a red light appeared. Wu Wenshu said, Killing you in front of everyone will give me the greatest satisfaction. Die. Wu Wenshu asked Yi Wu, Why has your speed suddenly become so powerful? It's impossible. Yi Wu smiled and replied, You won't know until you experience it yourself. Then, he used his weapon against Wu Wenshu. The two began to fight. Yi Wu said, I've defeated many who don't want to be human, adding one more like you is nothing significant. Wu Wenshu, wielding a sword, stepped forward and said, It can't be. Can a single set of equipment really compensate for such a vast speed gap? What is the origin of your equipment? Yi Wu answered, What you speak of is the bond among kin, but how could someone like you understand that? Wu Wenshu refused to back down and said, That's just an excuse for the weak, those who are truly powerful don't need teammates, synchronized strength is only temporary. Yi Wu smiled and replied, Is that so? You are still far from true powerhouses. Let me show you. Wu Wenshu coldly asked, What exactly is a true powerhouse? Yi Wu kicked him hard, causing him to cry out in pain, Aaaa. Wu Wenshu unleashed his rage, his whole body displaying a power level of 260, with stats increasing by 40% and 18%. Suddenly, a blinding ray of light descended, causing rocks and dirt to scatter everywhere. He burst into laughter, his tone bitter, Why? Why in the end? I have sacrificed everything to become like this, yet I still cannot kill you? Where exactly do I fall short compared to you? No, clearly, I should be better than you, stronger than you. A stream of bright red light appeared in Wu Wenshu's hand. He softly said, his voice low and deep, Never mind. I have been too stubborn with these trivial matters. Although I really wish to kill you with my own hands, now I am willing to discard any pride or arrogance just to annihilate you. Wu Wenshu looked up, his gaze frigid, Here it is, my final move. Watch closely. A dazzling pink circle emerged, emanating a bizarre power. Shui, he exclaimed in astonishment, This power. Such formidable energy. Could this be the ancient god of plague from legend? The group of people keep laughing. Great. Finally, the captain has used the trump card. Hence, the ultimate winner can only be our Phoenix Cola team. The bald old man exclaimed in astonishment, "It's it! One of the 3 ancient gods that have been modified in our East region Jupiter. I can't believe this kid Wei Shuwen managed to borrow it." He continued, his voice full of surprise, "To control this ancient god, the East region has spent hundreds of billions and sacrificed countless lives. To borrow and use an ancient god, it must go through high-level approval in the East region, not to mention the extremely high usage fees. If Wei Shuwen can borrow the ancient god to act, he must have had plans in place from the start." He paused, his gaze filled with a mix of disappointment and anger. Originally, the plan was flawless, yet in the end, it was ruined by that kid Yu. It's no wonder Wei Shuwen was so enraged that he lost control of his mind to the demon. Suddenly, his attitude changed. His voice turned grave yet serious. "However, the power of the ancient god has emerged. Everything is over. Of course, to avoid danger from the power of the ancient god, our East region has long been equipped with special identification chips.